Hello, Ritesh. So happy to see you. You can't hear me? You can't? Can everybody hear me up? Am I audible? I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Ritesh. You're not audible. Can't hear. Testing. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Loud and clear.
Good to see you in the morning.
Good to see you too in winter time in India. It's evening 4 o'clock, 4:32.
Sounds good. Apologies for a bit of delay. The reason is because I was under impression that it is half an hour later. So apologies for that.
Doesn't matter. We are all our friends. That's perfectly fine. So I think we are good to start the summit. We have attendees who are joining. So slowly let them join. We have few bit of people who will be managing the whole thing. Let me put them in the hosting panel and let them manage the show as well.
So how are you this morning?
I am doing perfectly fine. I'm doing good. Okay. So we are having people who are managing. Welcome to World Leader Summit, Marco. Thank you so much for joining from Australia. So for your information, Ritesh, we have audience from India, Australia. I can see south part of Africa. I can see Malaysia. I can, of course, see Bhutan. Okay. Good number of people. So with a small note of introduction, let us start the session. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ritesh Jain, as you know, he is logging from UK. He is a co-founder in Infinite. He is a former COO in HSBC and an advisor into G20, GPFI, HBR, and MIT. And Ritesh is a thought leader, an IT executive, and a board advisor with 2 decades of global experience in digital technology. My God, Ritesh. Business transformation and operation with Fortune 500 companies like HSBC, Visa, Mizrak, and name a few. Recently, he was building an enabling function to build the bank of the future at HSBC. He is a visiting lecturer, regular speaker, and author, diversity and inclusion advocate, a member of G20 Initiative of Financial Inclusion, mentor to the UK Parliament Digital Service, and startup advisor to the Harvard Business Review. Oh my God. Can you imagine a person with that diversified background and the kind of experience he is holding? My goodness. Ritesh, I have, a very simple question to you before we go deep dive into today's session. Let me understand what is the challenges and opportunities in banking in the financial service? What is your opinion regarding it?
Avijit, looks like your voice has gone slow all of a sudden, and apologies, but your voice has dropped a bit. Now I've kind of lost your voice.
Is it fine for?
It's better. It's
Okay.
better than earlier. Yeah, it is much better now.
Okay. Okay. Super. Did you get the
So
question?
yeah, thank you. And I'll make sure like next time onwards, I will not send out any bio because bio is supposed to be for the site, not for the introduction, because, it feels quite odd when somebody's talking about you. So thank you. And it's great to be here and, with the great audience from the global landscape. Now coming down to your question about the challenges in the banking sector, as we all know that the customer behavior is changing rapidly and the technology innovation has made it evident, and technology is moving at a faster pace. So does the customer experience. But banks are not really moving at a pace that they are supposed to be, and there are multiple reasons. The main challenge is around their own legacy infrastructure and the platforms, their own landscape. and the culture within the banks. And at the same time, a tough fight from the fintechs. When I say tough fight, it's basically on the other hand, you can see that the fintechs are working as a catalyst for banks to unleash and unlock their potential. So the challenges that banks are facing, that they are not able to serve the customer as per the customer's expectation. And that is the biggest challenge. And why is it so? Because of the legacy, the culture, and the diverse background of themselves, which is not working for them.
True, true, totally true. So, if I may understand it correctly, if we are actually thinking about the global adoption of banking, and if we think of the concept of open banking, uh, people nowadays are talking more on the understanding level of what is open banking, what is happening, at least from global banks' perspective. And if we look at global banks like HSBC, ADB, we have a lot of different projects which is actually coming up, and people are trying to explore all those opportunities. But for the sake of the audience, if we look at the open banking concept, could you please explain what is exactly open banking and how the global adoption is happening?
A very interesting and relevant question for the time as well. So when we think about open banking, as the word defines open, right? If we go back in the history and even today, the banks are red taped. So if you want to start a bank, it's not an easy job. If you want to start any other business, you can go ahead and start it very quickly. So globally, the competition market authorities, they started thinking that we need to change the culture. We need to give an entry to the startups and the fintechs to innovate at a pace which banks cannot at this point of time. So specifically, I would say like the competition market authority, CMA in UK, came up with that we need to open up the bank store for the innovators, for the fintechs. So in a nutshell, open banking is basically a directive to the banks where banks have to share the customer's data by their consent to the third parties. So what it really means that the third parties can build up the applications and the services, and they can hook onto the open banking platforms, and ultimately they are the APIs exposed by the banks so that third parties can build an innovative services to the customers. Now it's down to the customers whether they would like to use the third party applications or services. So the customer has to provide a consent. When we think about the open banking in a global landscape, there are two facets of it. One, it is regulatory driven, and the one is market driven. So when you think about open banking, it is European market is very famous for that. The reason is because it is started from here as a PSD2 initiative, that is the Payment Service Directive 2. So it means it came in regulation. So the European Union regulated and the PSD2 regulated banks that banks, you need to share the customer data by their consent to the third parties. So it's a directive. In the other regions like US and other places in Asia, it was market driven. So the market took the initiative, the banks took the initiative for the open banking platforms. And the beauty of it, where it is market driven, it has fared well in comparison to where it is regulatory driven. So European market is pretty much mature in the open banking. And in global landscape, you talk about the HKMA, Hong Kong Monetary Authority, or MSA, Monetary Authority of Singapore. You go to Canada, you go to Australia or US, everywhere this phenomena is going on.
Yep.
But the beautiful part, which I like, and my most favorite one, sorry, I can't have a favorite, but still I do, is Australia. Because they are working on the future of the open banking. They started thinking from the regulatory perspective for the future. And that is something very interesting. So what makes a difference in the open banking is the customer data protection,
Mhm.
because it is very much close to the customer data protection rights and their regulations in the countries.
True,
And
true. Yeah, please continue.
so so that's what defines the open banking in different regions. It's picking up a pace. As you know, like nowadays, fintechs can come into the market. They can provide the services to the third part, provide to the banking customers in a matter of weeks or months instead of years. They don't have to go and take a banking license if they want to provide ancillary services. So they are creating an innovative and competitive market, which is a beneficiary for a customer. When you think from the open banking, it is from one is the bank, and the heart and soul of the bank is the payments. That's where it is making the most impact. And I know that audience from India as well over here. So I've been quite involved with the UPI, United Payment Interface. Now, one of the best platform globally known. And UPI has changed the face of the payments in India, digital payments in India. And trust me, lot of other initiatives based on the influence from India and UPI and BBPS, which is the Bharat Bill Pay Service, initiatives like P27 in the Scandinavian market that is influenced from UPI and BBPS in India. So yes, India is influencing the world to make difference into the digital payments space.
True. And I can tell you, I think we have a couple of people who actually joined from Russia. I can see a few of the names, as well as I can see someone joined from Egypt. I'm getting ping that they are actually asking very specifically that, could you please explain about the threat which they feel that open banking is basically a threat, and this is maybe not a future of banking. I seriously doubt. I don't know. Could you please enhance my knowledge? Is it a threat or
Sure.
it's an opportunity?
I always start any of my keynotes generally with my favorite slide, which is threat and opportunity. And any situation I look into from two perspectives, but I join them together as well. It's a threat and opportunity, and that's how we need to look into it. It's a greater opportunity than the threat. The threat is in the minds of the banks and the large financial institution that they will lose the customer if they open up the APIs. So open banking, in a nutshell, it's like washing up your dirty laundry in open space. Because as I said, the banks have a challenge with their platforms and the services. And if they're exposing their APIs, it means they're exposing their inability or incapability to the market as well. So they need to figure that out. Now, the way market is moving, the customer is more interested in the services. So you and I or anybody else, when we look for a mortgage, when we look for a credit card, we don't look into one bank. We look into a open market who is providing me the best service. So it really doesn't matter in the future that who is going to be the service provider. Ultimately, who can provide the competitive and best services. So yes, banks and few financial institutions still consider this as a threat, but it's not a threat. It's a revenue generating opportunity for them, because the future of the open banking is moving towards the financial inclusion. When I say financial inclusion in general sense, as well as in terms of the overall financial well-being of a customer. So the customer is not only interested in you provide me the bank accounts or you provide me the digital payment capability. Customer is interested in how you are going to manage my overall financial well-being. And that's where we are moving into the future. And open banking is just a start. So it's definitely not a threat. It's an opportunity. Yes, it comes with a lot of challenges as well. Because when you think about, banks used to own the customer data. And when you say bank, the two things comes into the mind. One is trust. Second is security. So you were relying on the bank for the trust and security, but by exposing the API and the ecosystem and the third parties in the play, now your customer data is scattered all over the place. So yes, it poses a security challenges with the fraud, but there are measures which we are putting in place already as a banks or as an ecosystem.
True, true. Uh, just let me understand because we actually started a little bit of, you can say, early, and I actually pushed you to come early, to be very honest, because I wanted this session to have more time, to be very honest. And you are not late, you are in perfect time. Let me give you that information first. Um, when we are talking about data security, when you are talking about threats, about securing your customers' data, of course, when you look at Indian banks, specifically in India, probably we don't care about customer data. Probably we don't take that much amount of extra care that, okay, fine, our data shouldn't go somewhere else. We hire some third party BPO or KPO service to give call to our consumers. And I'll give you a very simple example. Say, for an example, you are a customer and you get a call that, hey, I'm calling from on behalf of such and such bank, and probably you are going to get a credit card for free. And could you please give me your information? I need to verify you. Now, with that call, you don't know who is calling you. And without knowing, a maximum number of people, if they hear that they are calling on behalf of such and such bank, they usually give their date of birth, their name, their ID, customer data, and probably there is a huge possibility that you lose your personal information, and it might happen that your account might be threatened by some third party. So you feel that this normal ecosystem which we are proposing as an open banking would eliminate all those kind of possibilities wherein bank will actually have a feel gooding factor, at least from their perspective, and probably they can have an enhanced system for the customer communication. You feel that is going to happen?
So we are combining a couple of things over here. Thanks, Avijit. But let's talk about the customer data and the security. As I said, the regulatory and the market-driven approaches for the open banking, right? Fortunately and unfortunately, I look at from the threat and opportunity perspective as well for Indian market. It's quite easy for a third party to start a business. The reason is in India, you can put in the number and you can put in the mobile number and you get the customer's whole detail. So the customer data protection rights in India, uh, or quite a few other regions, are not that stringent as we have got in Europe and other regions, right? So obviously, the government and the regulators need to focus on the customer data protection and customer data rights in in Asian markets and quite a lot of other markets as well. Yes, this with the open banking platform, if your customer data rights and the protection are not as stringent, that will open up a new threat and the opportunity for fraud. So what I call it as when we think about, as I said earlier, the customer data will be scattered across the different places, right? We are in a time of instant gratification where customer need instant gratification. As you said, that somebody's calling you, you'll get a free card, but there are no free lunches. It's often difficult for a customer to understand this. Even if they are providing a card, they are trading on your information,
Yeah.
right? So there are no free lunches. When we talk about the fraud and the security, your data could be as good as the data that you hold. We live in instant gratification time. Customer need that. We live in a time of real-time payments where the speed is very fast. So that is a benefit for a fraudster as well. So the frauds are much more sophisticated than even a call. I know that it still works in India and other regions where the customer get a call and they give their details. but it is much more sophisticated as well. How we can fight that? We need to put stringent measures around our security policies, as well as the fraud detection and prevention and predictive analysis for the frauds within the banking system. So I'll give you an example about, I was recently having this very lengthy conversation with ACI Worldwide. They are one of the leading payments company globally, and they are working on something very interesting, which I love, is about shared intelligence. Because when you think about the data is scattered and the frauds are happening in real time, your systems are not up to date in real time. What you need is the shared intelligence where you can share that information with the different financial institution to prevent and fight with the fraud in real time. If you do not have that capability, then as a financial institution, you are lacking.
True, totally true, and totally agree.
So, sorry,
Yeah, please.
in terms of the open banking, it opens up a lot more new doors and opportunities, but it opens up quite a few challenges and threats as well. But opportunities overweighs the threats.
Always, always. So, if we are talking about those opportunities and those threat, which is of course always goes hand in hand. Whenever we have any kind of new technology, any kind of new concept in the world, we feel that's a threat. Some of us feel that that's an opportunity. We mix it up, and then probably we think that okay, fine, we can take an opportunity, and probably we can probably get some detailed information, and after that we may have a satisfactory mindset. It's not a threat, it's basically an opportunity. Talking about the same, could you please enlighten us about what is the impact of open banking and financial inclusion?
Again, a topic very close to my heart. I'm associated with G20 GPFI on the financial inclusion. When we think about the financial inclusion, I would like to clarify this very openly, that people often think about the financial inclusion as only unbanked. And when they think about the financial inclusion, they often have two reasons comes into mind, and that is Asia and Africa. But that is not entirely true. So when you think about financial inclusion, it's about the underbanked and unbanked together. And huge population globally is underbanked. If we talk about unbanked, that was in 2017, that was somewhere around 1.7 billion, and which is around close to 1.5 billion as of today. So open banking is opening up, the banks opening up their doors. The fintechs are building up the solutions by capitalizing on the bank's capability and offering of various products and the services to the people who do not have a bank account, or to the people who have bank account but they do not have access to the competitive services. But at the same time, I would like to focus here on one other aspect: the banks, the fintechs, and the major role need to be played by the regulators and the government. So government need to open up the regulations. They need to build up and amend their regulatory if we would really like to make an impact on the financial inclusion. There are multiple use cases out here in European market, Asia and Africa. Using the open banking, they are impacting the unbanked and underbanked people. Open banking, how it can help directly. When you think about people who are unbanked, they do not have a bank account, right? But they are still paying for their utilities. They still have got the mobile phones. So when you think about not having a bank account, it means bank can't identify them. But hey, they have got the utility bills, they have got the mobile bills, and there are multiple services and initiatives already there which are establishing ancillary services for the transaction account using the bank's backdoor. So yes, open banking is here to make a difference on the financial inclusion, but not without the regulators, not without the fintechs.
Super information. And so we can, of course, understand that this kind of open banking system and financial inclusion that is happening is gonna probably give us more opportunity to explore more and more roles and probably working directly with the governments. So if we look at very small countries like Estonia, or probably if we look at places like, I can see a person from Egypt, he also joined. If we look at the banking system of Australia, which is like close to my heart, you are totally right. If we look at those kind of structure, which is like thriving like anything, doing a lot of different disruption. Uh, just a small suggestion or small question to you, like how fast do you feel in near future you will see the same amount of thrive of inclusion of latest open banking system in few parts of the world? How fast do you feel that that's going to happen, and what is the adoption level that's happening?
So the adoption level is at a very rapid pace. One third of the open banking platforms are just in Europe. Globally, there are around 400 over 400 open banking platforms available, right, in different shape and form globally. So it's growing because when you think about the fintechs or the innovators, they are always looking for the opportunity and gap in the market. And so US, Canada is building up the regulatory. So I've been consulting Canada on building up the open banking platforms and the regulatory. I'm quite closely working with Africa and taking the open banking as a regulatory to the African central bank. So I can talk about that. It's getting there. So it will become a regulatory. Open banking platforms are already existing. And with an entry like a Stripe in Africa, it is going to just change the game as well. In European market, it's pretty much evident. It's everywhere it is available. In the other markets as well, in Asia, Hong Kong and Singapore are leading the way. And not only when I say open banking, right, there's always a challenge for the banks that we are investing a lot of money in building up the platforms and services, but how we are going to monetize it. Singapore has led the way in terms of the monetization through open banking platform. And the future, what I said earlier about the open banking is the open finance, which is basically looking the services well beyond the accounts, payments, savings, mortgages. It's providing overall financial well-being of a customer.
Awesome.
So it's moving at a pace. And when you think about how soon I will see global adoption, that will be in next 18 to 24 months. Globally, we will see everybody is moving on to the open banking platform. There's a quite a lot of movement in MENA region, in Gulf, Egypt, and different countries in Gulf region. After this conversation, I'm having a conversation with Oman government for the 2030 planning.
Mhm.
And the focus is on, again, the open banking and the digital banking. So it's moving at a pace. It's already there and it's here to stay. And it's a start. I can tell you the open banking is a stepping stone for the future.
Super. So let us understand the key factors which is actually impacting the financial inclusion, and what is your view on the same? What are the key factors?
The key factors impacting financial inclusion are, first and foremost, it's the understanding. Now, whether it's organization level or the people at an individual level, they started understanding the value of bringing or value of inclusivity. It's a huge market when you think about 1.5 billion people unbanked. That's a massive market, right? So banks start realizing that's a huge opportunity. But banks are still focused on to underbanked more than the unbanked, because underbanked, they are already in the ecosystems. They can provide better services to the underbanked. The drive for the factors for financial inclusion is basically coming from the governments as well. So in the base, basic shape and form of like government to G2P payments, right? Because banks has to, or government have to make payments to the people from the different charities or different institutions, how they are going to bring that into the mainstream. And the other factors which are the growth in the various markets. When you think about the overall commercial market in Africa, it's massive. It's really sad that we have got a massive unbanked and underbanked population in Africa. What Vietnam has done or Indonesia has done or different countries in Asia have done, that's tremendous. What we have done in India for that matter, with just UID. And that is a case study in Harvard and everywhere else. So the factors, it's very simple that we have put a, or financial institutions about put a blindfolded for a long time, not thinking about the people in the different part of the world. And the other factor is, as I said, about the culture. Culture is changing. Now people think about the diverse and the inclusive culture. And when you bring the diversity and inclusion within the organization, then you would want to build a product and the service for the global community. So the other factor which is impacting the whole inclusivity is the social media, is the internet. People start understanding what other people feel in the different part of the world and how they are surviving. And to be honest, because of this pandemic, the level of empathy and the level of social connect that we have seen across the globe and the care for each other, it's tremendous. Yes, everybody was quite busy earlier in rushing to their offices and walking back. But now people are at home, they have got time. They start realizing that what everybody is going through. Now they pay more attention towards the humanity, empathy. So one thing that I'm looking at from the positive angle on this pandemic as one thing, if I would like to carry forward from this pandemic globally, is the empathy that should remain intact, what we have seen in last 8, 9, 10 months. So yes, all these factors are making a significant impact on the financial inclusion globally. And the technology innovation, nothing like it. We had UID. Now there are quite a few initiatives. Again, I can't have my favorites, but there are quite a few initiatives for the unique identification in the various regions in Asia and Africa, which, which are solving the problem for the banks to initiate the transaction banking for the unbanked people, because these initiatives can identify the people and establish their identity. Because that's where it all starts. It all starts with the transaction banking.
True, true, totally true. So we are getting questions from all the good participants, of course, and as well as from Martin, who is another co-panelist. So let me take the first question from the question and answer section. Mr. Keita, his ambassador, is asking you, let me read it fully. So the bank is customer service, and the management of customer information, the bank of the future, will be in our mouths, on our phones tomorrow. It will have more bank customers in Africa than all contains. How can we do this to include Africa in innovation projects in order to make the market more integrated?
Sorry, Vijit, if I get it wrong, if I get it right, it's how we can make it more inclusive for African market to get into the global landscape.
Yeah.
And so I can assure you that and share you from my own involvement as well as the industry involvement that what we are seeing as an innovation in Africa. That is still far behind, but the recent steps like the Stripe getting into Africa, it is going to change the face in next 12 to 18 months in terms of from the merchant's perspective. You know, as I said earlier, open banking is making a huge difference. So digital payment, if we have to grow the digital payments from merchants perspective, the one thing which impacts them is the MDR, which is the merchant discount rate. With the introduction of the open banking, the MDR gets away because it's a direct account to account transaction. So it means it's a benefit for merchant, and definitely merchant would be, so you will see a significant adoption of merchant for the digital payments as well as for the users, right? So their cost reduces. What can be done? The steps which are going in, which are in progress at the moment, is taking up the open banking as a regulatory to the central banks, spinning up a different open banking platform, building up a cross-border payments within Africa for Africa. And I'm saying homegrown solution within Africa for Africa. So when I say cross-border payments, it's a transacting money across the different regions. And there are, at Africa level, there is an initiative for the open door policy, so that a single market, establishing a single market for Africa. How we can make it more lucrative for the outsiders? We don't need to, as far as I understand, we are at a stage from African perspective and African diaspora perspective that the world is looking into Africa as an opportunity because it's a huge market and they are trying to change the face. It is a very at initial stage. So as I said about the Stripe, I know quite a few other companies, they are getting into Africa to make it possible, make technology and the financial services available and accessible to each and every individual in Africa. So definitely we will, if we are having this conversation 18 to 24 months later, we will be having a very different conversation.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Talking about the same, I think we have another interesting question from Martin. He is asking that, do you think banks will ever hold cryptocurrencies? Interesting.
Uh, yeah, I believe like I should have one of my very close friend over here as well. He's a cryptocurrency expert. And we always have this very interesting discussion globally about banks having cryptocurrency. Yes, there's no way around it. So when you think about the cryptocurrency, payments, ultimately, let's talk about the fundamentals. The payments is a political business. Yes, payment is a business, but it's a political business. Why? And why there was so much, why there was so much defense against so much restriction, and it took so much time for the adoption of the cryptocurrencies globally by the different governments? Because I talk it openly that it's a political business. Monetary authorities would like to have a control on the money flowing within the country and in and outside the countries. So the impression was, if there's a digital currency, there's a cryptocurrency, they will lose the control on it. Right now, whether we are moving into a phase where the cryptocurrencies are becoming common and popular within the banks, yes, because everybody start understanding if they are not moving on to it, they are losing it. So the CBDCs, whether we talk about China or the different part of the world, we know where they are. We talk about the banks. If I talk about the largest bank, my recent role as well, we moved a significant amount of transactions onto the blockchain platforms. Yes, it will start from a bit more secure and the large transactions. So more or less from the commercial banking perspective to start with, whether cryptocurrencies will get into the retail banking sooner. Yes, in near future, that's what we are going to see. Because when you look into the challenger banks, they're already offering the crypto on their cards. If you look into PayPal, they're already doing that. If you look into Square in US, they're already doing that for years. So there's no way. Either you get in there or get out of the market. So if so the banks, yes, banks will adopt the cryptocurrencies. In which shape and form, that is still under consideration.
Of course, it totally
Because
depends
there's
on,
no defined global regulatory or no
yes,
regional defined regulatory. So obviously, as I said about the payments is a political business. So once those political businesses are defined, then yes, the banks will get onto the cryptocurrencies.
super. So we have another question from Marco from Australia. Uh, does infrastructure provide a challenge in rural communities? How can strategies fulfill these outcomes in Western countries such as Australia and emerging continents as you are discussing Africa?
So yes, infrastructure is a major challenge, but thanks to the telecom for last 20 years, what telecom have done, and they have proven it. If we just pick up an example of Africa, cliche, M-Pesa, and the challenge of open banking and the third-party platform services in Africa today is the network connectivity. Is the but that is still we are addressing. The organizations are addressing that how they can work on an offline mode for the payment transactions. So yes, it poses a challenge, but it's not something which is not possible. So the solutions are already in place, which works on low latency, low network, no low bandwidth. So that is already there. And when you think about the infrastructure, infrastructure is not only in terms of the network or the government infrastructure. The infrastructure in terms of the banks and their own platforms and the services as well. Because when you look into the banks, the largest bank, if we talk about any banks, which is like 300-year to 50-year old, the challenge that they have got a significant legacy infrastructure and the platforms and the services. It's difficult for them to move. So they are moving, and that's why we hear quite a lot about the digital transformation all over the place. Uh, so that is already happening. In the new infrastructure, from the technology perspective, that is making it possible to reach out to the remote areas. And the local infrastructure, specifically we talk about the countries in Africa, I can tell you, unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to talk about the specific initiative, but I can tell you, you will see a different face in next 12 to 18 months. And you will see soon another WeChat building up in Africa. If
Yes,
that, sorry, I think I'm giving it away, but you will see something like that. And the market is changing, landscape is changing. In the over here as well in European market, as I said, the challenge is not only for the developing nations, it's global challenge. Even in the developed countries like UK and Europe, credit is a major issue. When you think about like in India, if we talk about, or in Asia, if we talk about anywhere from 30% APR, that seems like quite high. That's like, you know, non-banking financial services probably, or individual financial services running that sort of business, but not in the regulated environment. But when you look into Europe and UK, you will see a disparity from 2.5% to 1,500%. That's an overkill. People get into that cycle, they are not going to come out of that debt cycle. So we are not building a great economy. We are not building a great environment for people. And that's why I took that initiative over here in European market in UK and come out of the bank to address that challenge.
super, super. So we have another question from Martin again. Do you mind having a small tax on all crypto transactions and crypto purchases as this would boost the country treasuries?
Small tax, you mean?
Yep.
Uh, yes. So that's what I was referring to earlier, right? Because when you think about an economy and the payments, so the payment is a heart and soul. If we think about the volume of the payments, everybody knows what PayPal was processing last year and this year, and what Alipay processes in a day or in a year, right? And that in
True.
trillions and huge.
Yes.
So yes, it's all about money. And if there was a defined regulatory by the government, and if they can tax it, they wouldn't mind you using whatever you want to use. The only challenge in the crypto and the digital world at this point of time, because no defined regulatory, no accountability, and the monetary authorities of the different regions, they don't have any control. So that's why they are uncomfortable about you using the digital currency. And the banks would not get into it until unless it is regulated.
Of course. Of course.
So yes, for the people, for the government, for the authorities, yes, they would be much more happy, and they are getting there where they will start taxing the digital currencies as well. And then we'll see like it as a, uh, you know, credit cards, what we use today, and we will be using the crypto cards in the future throughout the time and issued by the banks.
I think that's happening. I think we both know that there are a couple of crypto cards which are available in the market, although they are not regulated in that decent level. But yes, it's happening. It's happening. Well, talking
So
about, yeah, please.
yes, you're absolutely right. In terms of the crypto cards are already available. Crypto cards of whether you talk about UK, Europe, Asia, and US, it's ubiquitous. Like it's everywhere in shape and form, but they are not regulated. So, like for an example, where the banks will give you guarantee of your accounts, they will not give you guarantee on the cryptos. So like in UK, for that matter, a Financial Conduct Authority gives a guarantee for an individual account up to £85,000, but they will not cover for the crypto. So that's where we need the regulatory, so that banks can still provide you that sort of guarantee. And it's in favor of the individual. It's in favor of customer as well, if you think from that perspective.
True. Okay. So I have another question from Ankit. Um Ankit is saying it's another amazing industry insight, and he has a question: how crypto is different from our ancient uh, ancient rulers of currency? Would government around the world officials some global cryptos? Will we see some global crypto which is common, regulated by some governments? Probably that's the question.
Very interesting, Ankit. Kudos, right, for your question itself, because and that's why we always laugh about the cryptos, and why the governments are getting and gearing up for the regulatory in the cryptos. Because the first and foremost challenge in the cryptos, that who is going to manage it and who is going to lead the way. When China came out of CBDCs and everybody and regulated, everybody start eyeing that if they are going to lead the market in cryptos, then we are going to lag behind. So the challenge is whether there's going to be a global regulatory for that. Yes, there are thoughts are very much in place. There are steps which are already in place for the global regulatory as well, and the regional regulatory too, because you would like to see that competition in the global market. You wouldn't want to see that one of the country and their regulated cryptos are taking over the world. It is nothing against China or nothing against a specific reason. What I mean to say, like for any countries for that matter. So yes, globally we trade in US dollars at the moment. We wouldn't want to see that another time in the cryptos world. And that's where the focus is. So we would like to see, it's a political business, as I said earlier. The payments is a political business.
So I think it's an interesting insight, and as per my small knowledge goes, there's a keyword against crypto. It's called Ashrafi, and Ankit is more inclined to understand that what is going to be the different form for our ancient Ashrafis with new crypto. So, is there any kind of clash happening, any war that is going to come, or what is that?
Now, I would say, you know, like when we think about the world, we find, I would say, I and the people on the call as well, we are privileged people, right? And at least we have got access to the internet, we have got access to the food, we have got access to the credit cards, and we are talking about the cryptos. Yes, at one hand, we are moving towards the cryptocurrencies. On the other hand, in this call itself, we were talking about the unbanked people who are cash strapped. So the shape and form for the people in the cryptos, yes, it is going to be on your, the memory devices the way it is today. It is going to be more regulated so that you will be able to see that in accounts, in the regulated accounts at some point of time, but in digital forms. It is not going to be in the shape and form of the usher fees, and that's what it means because it's digital, right? But again, we got to think about there's a long way to go. Here we are talking about the inclusive world. Sorry, I'm just giving a different perspective, my view, that we are talking about an inclusive world. At one hand, people do not have a bank account. On the other hand, where we are looking into the future. So we really need to find a way to bring more inclusivity first. At the same time, when we are innovating, right? And that's what my view, and I always say to the large financial institution as well, that you're not doing enough. Whether it's a Visa or MasterCard or PayPal or a large top 10 global banks, are they really doing enough for the financial inclusion? If they are doing enough, then why is still we are talking about 1.5 billion people out of the financial system?
Awesome.
Because payments is a political business, and there are forces who wants to keep these people out of the financial system. So there's yes, there was a challenge for the CBDCs and the cryptocurrencies, but at the same time, we really need to think about where we are heading.
Super. So there are a couple of questions from social media from, let me tell all the audience and the speakers and panelists. So we have actually floated this event with multiple various different social media, including IBM TV as well. So I got a question from Twitter. It's a bit of technical, but yes, I'll be more than happy to ask this. So the second payment service directive, which I know as PSD2. So there are two different. Let me define the question because it's a long text. Give me a second. So there are two designed designated open banking categories under PSD2. One is, as per my understanding, is PISP, which is Payment Initiative Service Provider, and AISP. So the question is that the PISP initiative, do you feel that by far it is going to have rule over AISP, which is Account Information Service Provider, or it is like go hand in hand as a two brothers altogether?
It's a very interesting question, but let me clarify this. The account information service and the payment initiative service, right? The account information service just provide you the account information from the multiple bank accounts. So think about PFMs, which is the person financial management applications, where generally people have problem. They have multiple accounts. And they would like to see all the accounts at one place. So the account information service is basically giving you access of all the accounts at one place. The payment initiative service is basically you're providing an consent to the third party to process the payments on your behalf, right? So that is more interesting part. So the account information service is basically the basic service for the within the PSD2. The payment initiation service is the main service, I would call it, which is making the payment happen in the real world. So yes, the PISP is more important, but they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
because until unless you have got all the accounts in one place, how you're going to make a payments as well. So the AISP and PISP and AIS and PIS, we call it, and they go hand in hand.
Okay. So I've got another question over here. Ambassador Sheikh Keita is asking the second question. Uh, he challenges for the development of the African continent is the challenge of controlling financial flows, especially illicit. Each year, the diversion of money from Africa to developed countries struggles Africa. So, do you think that blockchain or script money is the essential solution?
So your voice was breaking up, Vijit. If
Could
you could,
you could you could you could you
I
check?
can hear you better now.
Okay. Let me repeat the question, and you can also see the question from the Q&A box if you just click on the box. There's a
Sorry, I'm
Q.
just look.
Am I audible?
I can't see the Q&A. I can see the chat.
You should be seeing. Oh, no problem. Let me repeat the question for you again. Okay. So Ambassador Sheikh Keita is asking a second question. He is saying that for the development of African continent, the challenge of controlling financial flows, especially illicit, each year, the diversion of money from Africa to developed countries struggles Africa. So do you think that blockchain or script money is the essential solution?
Definitely, and definitely. We Thank you, Kedar. That's really very interesting question and relevant to the time and all the time for all the geographies. The challenge is the money flowing outside the system. So that's why the initiative in India, like such a large economy, and that's why there's quite a lot of focus on the digital payments, even at a grassroots level, that the people make digital payments so that the money is flowing into the system, and that is accountable. Similarly, when you think about at a larger scale from the economy perspective, at a government or the large corporates, the money, if money is flowing through the digital channels and through the blockchains and through the blockchain platforms, A, it is providing you the transparency, B, it is reducing the friction and the cost. So it will have a lot more transparency, and that will definitely help in the sustainable development of an economy. But at the same time, it needs quite a lot of focus from the various organizations and the regulators within the country, because the challenge is the corruption. When you think about the developing nations, the challenge is the corruption from the, apologies, I'm being completely brutal over here, but that is the truth, right? And I don't say anything for people to like me. It is whatever it is. So in the economies, whether we talk about the developing nation, the biggest challenge is the corruption, more so in the developing nation because of the loose monetary policies and the authorities.
Super. So we actually have around 19 more questions, but for the sake of time, I'll skip all of them. Rather, I'll ask you a very small question, which is probably we all would love to know. You and me are actually talking a couple of hours back. What beautiful stuff that you're doing on payment gateways as well as payment solutions, as well as making APIs calls and a couple of things. So I can see a beautiful logo which says Infinite. I believe that's your latest venture, and we all would love to understand what is it in probably in very brief, and probably and
Okay.
after that we can move to our next speaker.
Thank you, Abhijit. And I've been into the payments and the banking my career have been mostly into the payments and banking. I used to run my own consulting, and I have consulted top 6 of the top 10 global banks and the largest payment companies in the world. And I have always this question to me when it comes to the credit, why there's so much disparity in credit market globally, especially in UK itself, where I said I look into that disparity from the personal loan to credit card interest to the payday loans, from 2.5% to 34% on an average on credit cards to up to 1500% APR on payday loans. So what I said earlier, once people get into that debt cycle, they can't really come out of it. So that was quite painful for me. So I've decided to come up and address that gap in the market. So I'm building up something where in the UK and European market, we will be able to provide a platform, a very powerful app to the people so that they will be able to manage their credit from a single place. We will be rewarding them for managing their credit. We will let people pay for anything using their credit card, and the debt refinancing of the credit on a very lucrative APRs, so that people do not miss on their credit card interest, do not miss the credit card payment. They don't have to pay even the credit card interest, and they don't have to ever go for a payday loan. So it is going to one solution which is going to address the multiple challenges in the credit space. And the UK market itself is huge when we compare to other markets. Like India is a big market, 1.3 billion population, but the credit card market is 30 million. In UK, there are 60 million credit cards and over 70 billion of debt. So and that's what I'm trying to address in this market. And thanks for asking. And we are up here in Singapore Fintech Festival as well tomorrow. And God knows, we are up for an award even before launch.
Super. The reason I asked you this question, rather I dared to ask you this question, because I feel that World Leaders Summit is a platform for every one of us to explore opportunities to handhold with each other. So if from the audience level or from the panel level, if you feel that we can handhold with Mr. Ritesh Jain and his beautiful baby, of course, we are all there to incubate, handhold, and handshake with Mr. Jain. I think that's the purpose of moving things forward and taking things forward. With that note, thank you so much, Mr. Jain, for attending the summit before time and answering my WhatsApp calls and text. And thank you so much. Thank you, audience, for the beautiful question. And I'm really apologize from the whole team, entire team of World Leaders Summit that we couldn't give you all those questions. I can see this number 19 has been increased to 26. I'm sorry, we are running out of time. So Mr. Jain will be available in his email, or probably we can have another session with him. We can always, have another round of question and answer.
Anytime, Avijit, we are running the session for, it's pleasure to be here. And kudos to you and your team for putting this a great show from the audience from the global landscape, as well as the speakers from the global landscape. So it's a pleasure to be here, as well as I'm more than happy to come back again, or if you can reach out to me on my LinkedIn or social media as well. So I'm more than happy to respond and more than happy to come back again and answer all of your questions as too. So thank you again, and good luck with the rest of the summit. And thank you, audience.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ritesh.
Thank you,
So
sir.
we are moving towards to Mr. Smarajit Mitra. I can see that he is there with his smiling face. And Ritesh, let me introduce you to Smarajit Mitra. Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you so much. We'll be more than happy to have you once again with us. So over to you, over to you, Smarajit. Could you please unmute yourself?
A very good evening from India.
Very good evening. Very good evening. So, for your information, I can see, I can talk, I can tell names, but let me tell only the countries. I can see Egypt, I can see Scotland, I can see US, I can see India, of course. I can see 2 people from UK, and then I can see Paris. Wow, so ambassador is there. Along with that, I can see Malaysia. Thank you for joining from Malaysia, and all the panelists and attendees. So Smarajita, over to you. The session is yours. I'll not have the dare to introduce with that heavy profile of yours. So the whole session is yours. Over to you.
As I said, a very good evening from India. I am nobody but a fellow fighter in trying to make sense out of this extreme uncertainty of this pandemic. And with my few years of consulting, slightly more than 25, in this space, I would like to share with you some thoughts. In fact, Mr. Jain has ignited a number of very, very important issues in the world of finance, specifically the interface with the banks. And I would rather move to corporate finance. How would the finance function guide the corporates to stay alive, to bloom, and to lead a life where its stakeholders are not affected? My two bits of wisdom comes from various researches which has undergone and across the world, and bit of my personal experience with this subject. None of us alive has actually met this hurricane called pandemic. None of us know the rules of the game. None of us, even now, we are floundering in the direction in which, with the pandemic, more than the pandemic, what is happening is there are so many economic implications in the commercial world, which is affecting the livelihood of millions of people across the world. So, in the novelty, magnitude, duration, and the rapid pace of change which we are facing right now, we need to restructure finance. But long before we start to restructure finance, we need to restructure our thought process. What is it all about? We finance people were used to a certain speed of movement, speed of decision making, and we were expecting certain templated results from our action. I'm sorry, in this big, bad moment right now, things have really become more exciting. Much more exciting in the sense that your decision, the corporate finance decision, builds empires and kills empires. How do we go about trying to make sense out of this? Let me start with a very small story about a long time back, long before the GPS came into force, and we could get lost. We can't get lost now, okay? When you would go on a long car drive across certain roads which are not charted, and you ask the veterans, what do you take along? They would say, fill up an extra can of gasoline and bring along a pair of good walking shoes. Meaning, so that you can take alternate paths, because how long this, very like now, how the pandemic will last or how long it will go is not really very well documented, templated, structured. Similarly, how long that journey would go on also was not structured. So you take certain precautions and certain alternate ways of going. For the CFO working in this cloistered, cramped environment of a paradigm shift from looking at the profitability and bottom line to maybe only cash and the liquidity aspect of staying alive, the larger picture is somewhere lost in the knee-jerk reaction. The lowest of the low-hanging fruits with which the CFOs and a lot of organizations have reacted is cut down on workforce. Cut down, I do not say rationalization, just rampant cut down on the workforce. to stay alive, bring down the bulk of working capital requirement on a day-to-day basis. Where have that taken them to? Let's look at some of the findings, and some obvious and some not so obvious. Simply put, there are three aspects to staying alive. So first one is immediate safety and survival. The second one is near-term stabilization of the business in anticipation of the next normal. And thirdly, longer-term preparations for the company to make bold moves during the recovery time. In all these, what would be needed is a paradigm shift from the bottom line or profitability to cash reserves. So whether it's short term, whether it's medium term or long term, the first and foremost paradigm shift in thought of the CFO would be to optimize the cash reserves, as the magnitude and duration of the crisis remains unclear even today. And that includes the economic costs. And a tool that now has become fashionable but misused to a great extent is called the cash war room, wherein a secret reserves of cash is created and a not so secret reserve of cash is created by trimming down the flab from the overall cash management of the organization to make it lean, mean, and a great war machine, if I might call it so. The other re-engineering process of finance is more towards the people rather than towards just simple tools or models for cash management. This is the internal and external communications plan within the organization. Without this, any amount of cash management model will not pass through the sieve of time. And on a retrospect basis, when people look back at the performance of the corporate function, they will say that, man, you slipped up there somewhere along the line. So in such times of crisis, when there is a cash shortage, there's a distinct possibility that that cash war room won't be too healthy to start with. This is just the right time to look back at the different scenarios that can emerge, pass on the overall corporate target as far as generation of finance, generation of cash from each and every module of the organization. And for that, we need absolutely transparent communication process between the CFO and his or her team and each and every risk owner of each and every module. Once the last man in the chain knows why they are doing what they are doing, and the management does not work in silos, I think the ultimate aim of financial risk management is taken care of. With attention to the rolling forecasts, which would incorporate both macroeconomic and company-specific data, these two are required. We identify the major areas of EBITDA risks which can be tackled. The other important thing which flows simultaneously with this is to identify the impacts from the geographical supply chain disruption, employee dislocation, which is a fact of life today and will be so for the next umpteen number of months. Do a plugging of the cash leakages, and of course, the customer liquidity projections. These are absolutely essential as you go along, but nothing would succeed really. Nothing would go right for the corporate if the entire pyramid is not taken into confidence. So my perspective of a financial restructuring is not limited to finance and cannot be limited to finance because the decision making is directly affected. So, ladies and gentlemen, what makes a business stable? Well, I don't know of 100% success anywhere which makes a business stable over even a medium term, forget about a long term, but it sure does help with making the ride a less bumpier. I would like to project before you the thought of companies whom I called resilience. Who are they? These are corporates who have started maybe 12 to 24 months before the main pandemic hit us globally. The major chunk of the discomfort period which had started long before that, they were going into a lean process of management, of structuring, so that over a period of time, the least amount of discomfort is put out to the persons within the organization and outside, vendors, customers, everything linked to the cash portion, how to establish cash surpluses within an organization. And believe you me, that these resilient companies, if you keep on searching some of the data available on the net, they have reduced their operating cost by 3 times more than what a knee-jerk reaction of a corporate finance performance people would do, which leads us to the next point. There is gold at the end of this journey where you constantly stay fit rather than just before a special event. So this is an ongoing process of self-restructuring, self-cleansing, self-promotion, self-growth of an organization, and these triggers which will guide a corporate through all should stem from corporate finance across. So there are a lot of operational issues which can go through, but also this is the time for retrospection. These resilience have used these points of crisis, times of crisis across to reevaluate, re-strengthen, and rediscover their own balance sheets. As item-wise balance sheet figures are being scanned in search of that last dollar, last rupee, last yen, which can be taken out for the cash war room across, and to be used to lessen the problems of a working capital management, which is into a double whammy, because from the supply side, there is disruption. From the vendor side, there is further disruption because each and every corporate are going through their own personal health. So between the two aspects of a pandemic crisis, the only thing that can help the corporate, and which is a no-brainer, is to scrounge around for the maximum amount of funds and in search of liquidity, which is inherent in your organization. It is also to be realized that the liquidity of the market always simultaneously dries out when there is this kind of a situation. And all of us, if we look at even the macroeconomic situation of the developed countries, forget about the developing, there is a definite disjunct, a certain disconnect between the amount of liquidity which was available previously and now. The irony of the situation is today is the time when the world needs liquidity the most, but the entire liquidity has been dumped in certain very closed knit circles across countries what Mr. Jain referred to as political strengths, certain amount of corporate strengths in a smaller way, and also herein comes in the strength of the people. Crowdfunding today becomes a very big question mark when the market has lost a certain amount of confidence on the corporate world as a whole. Banks who need to shift their priorities from profitability to liquidity isn't moving fast enough is a complaint that we keep on hearing from across all corporates. And beyond that, there remains another aspect which is very important and very effective today. Mergers and amalgamations, M&As. Some of the largest M&As which has happened during this time, I wouldn't want to name names across, have been more of a cannibalization of core strengths, or maybe a lateral diversification to get hold of skills, processes, and strengths within the same organization, maybe incorporation of a vendor, takeover of a company which could add profitability to the main organization, but in the form of a semi-hostile takeover. Let us, in contrast to this, look at certain entities where M&As have happened to increase the global clout as well as the global profitability of certain organizations, where two entities can fuse together in a successful marriage with a few quarrels thrown in, of course. But overall, the journey would be that of the creation of maybe a mega unicorn across, creation of a huge mammoth organization, which could be all encompassing, but all benefiting to all the organizations together. Therefore, today, the mergers and acquisition route and scope which we get in the or the CFO gets in this corporate atmosphere and in this pandemic crisis thrown in is very high. Whether the corporate concerned would like to embrace the other entity in the same philosophy of work, or they would like to do a hostile takeover, is a call that needs to be taken. It is possibly only during this pandemic period, when it has started, that humans and nationalities and countries have realized that we are one. And if we have to survive, and all the corporates need to be comfortable, if not less of discomfort in the place they are, there has to be hands reaching out. And that would be the long-term success, because one time, maybe I don't know when, very few people know when, this crisis will come to an end and the growth areas will start. Sporadic growth areas in certain industries do not really reflect the tomorrows of this world today. And that is why, even if we look at the amount of spend of corporates today in the digital space, the digital strengthening, in fact, almost 80% of the amount of corporate funds spent on restructuring the system has been in creating a digital platform, digital solutions. And there's a huge scope for the digital service provider to move in, and a lot of them are moving in and doing excellent work all through. But then what about tomorrow? Digital space is an inevitability. This is inevitable. But strengthening on that platform, what is the corporate or the corporate finance doing to ensure that once this period is over, each corporate will move through on a less bumpy ride to a better tomorrow? That again, we'll be working on the analysis of what is actually happening. And for that, if we are really keen on restructuring corporate finance, we need what we call a decision cockpit. Few people, empowered people, not necessarily finance, who looks at and takes decisions across the corporate framework. The moment the corporate finance decision is affected very directly by the marketing decisions, not necessarily on a suggestive based method, but also from the point of view of actual intermeshing the skills and finding out solutions, I think 80% of the work is over. And for that, you need wartime veterans. You need wartime veterans who can take the grind with the flow and carry on doing things. To reimagine, this is my take, to reimagine a new normal across, we need to rework on what we have. We should not be able to rely only on the doles handed out by the government or institution. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not the strength. It could be an instant pain reliever, okay? It's just a painkiller on your way. That will not cure the situation that a corporate is in. So my take on this is that we look at it point-wise. Let us talk about 5 big moves, and this is supported by research across the world and whatever information we have picked up along the way. There are 5 big moves which could possibly help the company significantly outperform the market. Well, that's the aim. But not at somebody else's cost, but significantly outperform the market in terms of the growth potential and the growth prospect, the growth mechanism. Number 1, we can call it a dynamic resource reallocation. As I started, we finance people were used to a much slower pace of life. It wasn't really that the scenario will change every day, every hour, and you take preemptive steps before and a reactive step thereafter. We were not used to moving fast. Now, until and unless the dynamic resource allocation is the prime focus and skill of the corporate finance team, the company cannot come out as a new avatar. The second is, we were talking about M&As, okay? Programmatic M&A, certain aspects of the company which would be gaining in profitability across this time and in future. Programmatic mergers and amalgamation is the word which is prevalent today, is the mantra of today. Once we are through with that, once we are capable of creating certain programmatic mergers and amalgamations, we have with us a strength where we do not boast about the muscle and clout across multiple economies. We boast about the inherent strength of that corporate, where they can afford to tweak the market determined prices. Because as the surplus income of the average consumer, be it business, be it individuals, come down, the flexibility of pricing can only happen if you have a hidden buffer between cost and the sales delivery revenue inputs. Thirdly, strong capital expenditure in the organization. You would think I'm crazy. Why would anybody think of strong capital expenditure when even the working capital needs of the organization is not being taken care of? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's because with a proportionate increase in the capital expenditure of an organization, you create a band or a safety net around your operations to the extent where you save on the cost of utilizing somebody else's real estate, somebody else's capital expenditure as a lease rental or periodic payment. When we talk about using somebody else's capital assets for a company, we are talking about bringing down the lease cost. Simultaneously, we are talking about additional assets to provide to various financial institutions, where the comfort of the lender is also enhanced and heightened. The other underlying thought behind a strong capital expenditure for me is, in general, for capital expenditure during this period of pandemic, during this crisis in the global economy, the cost of acquisition of or creation of a capital asset from the pre-pandemic days till now is much lower. And you get a leverage as are as savings on the capital expense. Needless to say, productivity of a module, productivity of a functional vertical needs to increase and increase in geometric progression. And only then the people in the organization to whom the corporate finance has communicated through the board, whichever structure the organization works in, that you need to do or walk this extra mile to not only save, but also to maintain the present level of comfort which you as an individual get from the organization. And I doubt it whether anybody would say no to that. But again, the skill of communicating in a transparent, clear manner. So the differentiation in the market, this is the last of those 5 points. This is again something which, pandemic or no pandemic, is a basic necessity today for any corporate to develop, exist, and grow at any point of time. None of the corporates or any space where the corporates keep on functioning should be termed as, just a have-run kind of a thing. There must be specific positive differentiation between your products, your services, and what the market wants. So across these 5 of these, steps that I feel is essential. So adopting and a transformational mindset would definitely lead to a better tomorrow. I would like to just point out that there is so many knowns and unknowns in this very bumpy ride that the corporate finance is going into. We or nobody has a panacea for it. But maybe a restructuring of our thought process, the SOPs which are already laid down, and the lith or maybe being a lean and super reactive machinery would definitely take a corporate through, and the corporate finance can at least learn to break even and create that platform for growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I wish the CFO and the corporate family a smoother ride. And my hope is may they live happily ever after. So, happiness again is relative. Let's stay alive. Let's fight, because we have learned that pandemic has taught us that we are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a better life. So let's start giving to ourselves, giving to the process, giving to the world, and you have a winner there in your hands.
Thank you so much for that, exciting and enlightening session. So it is open for a question and answer. So for the sake of time, we will have, the Q&A for 5 minutes. So if you have any questions, we are open to have it. Let me switch to the social media. Let me see if I get any kind of questions and get back to you.
Surely.
Meanwhile, you're open to ask question in the Q&A panel as well as in the chat box. Okay, so in your opinion, it's a question from Twitter. In your opinion, what are the challenges that you can see in the next generation of accounts management system?
There are three key points that will, yes, I use this term with conviction, guarantee success. Number one, liquidity. Number two, speed at which the finance team within the corporate structure reacts to different events, maybe by the hour. And thirdly, hostile takeovers, cannibalization of processes on one side, and a merging of thoughts, philosophy, and a dream of creation of a new tomorrow will be the hallmark and the ground rules of staying alive.
Super. So if we don't have any kind of question, let us move to our next speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Mitra, for...
Thank you, Arijit. One thing I would like to point out that it's an honor and privilege to attend this global audience. And it is also an honor and privilege to be part of an endeavor which looks for a better tomorrow through a knowledge base. Thank you so much, Arijit, and thank you for everybody joining.
So for the sake of Agri as well as panelists, let me speak out about what's coming up. We have good attendees. Hello, Dr. Wendy Charles. She's from US, and it's really, really early morning. We are blessed and happy that you joined in this early morning. So we have people from Africa. We can see from Malaysia, Spain, France, India, of course, from Egypt. I can see some friends from Australia as well. It's about late night over there. Probably it's like 8:30. Oh no, it's late night. Oh my God. I can see the Sydney time now. Marco, thank you that you joined in late at night. Okay, so, and we have people from Scotland. I can see few people from Iceland as well. Super, great. Thank you so much, guys. So with this note, let me introduce you to Dr. Wendy Charles. She's a research scientist and blockchain evangelist, a global speaker, and of course, doing massive work on health tech using the blockchain. So over to you, doctor, and the session is all yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be here with this diverse audience and that we are all sharing ways that we hope that we can make the world better. I really agree with the previous speaker. So I am going to share my screen right now for a PowerPoint presentation. All right, and as Arijit just mentioned, I'm Dr. Wendy Charles. I am the Chief Scientific Officer at Burst IQ. And I'll be talking about blockchain facilitated ethics in healthcare and life sciences, specifically life sciences research. So in this short period of time, I'll be talking about what is ethics as applied to healthcare and life sciences research, and to identify mechanisms by which blockchain can facilitate ethics. So of course, there are always disclaimers. My views do not necessarily reflect the views of my employer, and my goal is to be blockchain agnostic, but I do tend to talk about private permission distributed ledger technologies because those are the ones used for healthcare and life sciences most readily at this point. So starting out, what are ethics? There's a wide range of definitions. Many of these are normative ethics standards, but the key concepts pertain to what are the values of our society? What can we do in order to create benefits or to do the right thing for an individual? And I believe that with healthcare and life sciences, the ethical approaches that are the most beneficial are those when we ask ourselves, what is the best approach for patients? So for blockchain ethics, the importance in healthcare and life sciences is because we're seeing a much greater interest in blockchain in this area. And in this manner, we are seeing also that the digital divide, which is the difference between people who have access to technology and broadband and those who do not, is narrowing as we are having much higher penetration of ability to connect to the internet using electronic technologies. But we're also seeing tighter privacy regulations, and we're moving into patient-centric designs, collecting real-world evidence. And there are other components pertaining to precision medicine and artificial intelligence and Internet of Medical Things that are really driving us to have different challenges and approaches for the way that we conduct healthcare and life sciences. So today I'll talk about data control and data privacy, but I wanted you to be aware that there are many other issues that come up when we talk about ethics and how we can use blockchain in order to manage those. So first, talking about ethics of data control, it's really true, and many surveys have shown, as well as how we see different approaches done by countries and legislation about giving people more access to their information and preferably more control. So as some examples of these is that it involves consent. It's not just a cookie and an I accept button. It really does involve much more capability about making decisions about how information should be shared. And that consent really shouldn't be assumed to be forever. For those of us in life sciences research, our experience has been that when repositories are designed for collecting data or specimens, that it's designed to be difficult for people to change their minds. It's a very manual process. But is that really the right thing to do for patients? Instead, we believe that there should be an easier option for patients to be able to change their minds. And that term is becoming more popular as dynamic consent. So some quick examples of dynamic consent are menu-based consent options. So for example, kind of like a menu for a restaurant, if you can imagine choices that people can select from about how they agree for their information to be used or shared. And or in business purposes for healthcare, how could we give people more choices and options for specific business purposes? Like, for example, how many times haven't we seen organizations in the news where they partnered with Google, for example, and shared people's information in ways that individuals hadn't anticipated. But it also can involve enrolling in research or choosing how data or specimens are used in future research in much more granular ways than people had originally been presented. The next concept is ethics of data privacy. And this pertains to more information about how people's information will be used. So this pertains to detail, and detail in not just in a long legal document, but in a user-friendly explanation of how information is used in ways that people can understand, and with practical examples. As another component, that it's more ethical to approach information as sharing only the minimal amount of information needed. And of course, providing more data protections against cybercrime and technological vulnerabilities. And for those of us in healthcare, we are seeing almost unprecedented efforts at hacking and trying to break into electronic health record systems. And right now, you've probably seen, as the vaccines were developed, there's been a huge effort to hack into the supply chain for vaccines. These are huge concerns that pertain to ethics and how we protect data privacy. So in looking at what can blockchain do to facilitate ethics in health and life sciences, and the primary components that we are looking to blockchain to do is to create more patient-centric technologies and capabilities. So for some of these, the term is complex ownership. Allowing complex data ownership means that it's not necessarily about legal ownership, but it's more about control. How can we promote a more equitable process where people have true ability to control how their information is used? So, for example, in a healthcare situation, a hospital would be an owner, as would maybe the provider, but also the patient in being able to choose how information is being shared or used. Another component is to allow granular consent. And granular consent means instead of just all-inclusive options, to have those menu-based options or very specific characteristics that can be shared and used. Another is with blockchain is that the audit trails and provenance provide a lot of capabilities for how we can understand data integrity. And we can also see who has accessed information and where it has gone, which then offers the transparency of use. We are also looking for how smart contracts provide automation that can improve efficiencies in data transfer, or the smart contracts, for example, can automate payments, which can then hopefully reduce cost and improve efficiency in healthcare. And then, of course, we already talked about the encryption inherent in blockchain is very strong and can enable more capabilities for protecting this information. So as we are considering how we could use blockchain facilitated ethics, here are some suggestions for what we would do to start toward a blockchain ethical framework. So starting out, we would identify the participants, the roles and responsibilities. So this means who are all the stakeholders in a framework involving who would access this blockchain and of the ecosystem. So the participants are patients, providers across multiple spectrums. The stakeholders could also involve healthcare organizations, health insurance organizations, clearinghouses. Those are just some examples, but it's also important to determine what each of them would need to access, for how long, and what are the mechanisms in order to ensure that only the right people have access. And next, in clarifying the scope of information, this requires a very thoughtful approach to what information really does need to be shared, because we know that in the ethics of data privacy, that only the minimum amount of information should ideally be shared. And so it's looking through these types of questions about determining what is the appropriate approach to how we manage information, always putting that patient at the center and what is the best approach for patients. And the last is to consider the many types of risks. So as we identify and manage risks, the concern is that in health information sharing, there are tremendous numbers of risks associated with inappropriate changes to health information. So this pertains to issues of integrity. And there is risk that information could be inappropriately used. I am also going to talk about there are many characteristics that are challenging with human behaviors that also lead to challenges in managing the ethics. So just as a brief overview to create some familiarity about how challenging it is in many cases to manage ethics when dealing with individual human behaviors. First and foremost is the privacy paradox. And that's the paradox in which individuals state that privacy is very important to them. However, then they do not engage in particularly private behavior. So they may share a lot of information themselves on social media, or may not share information using encrypted emails, for example. And of course, we're all familiar with information being presented to us. Individuals don't read privacy information very carefully. And so while they, again, claim that it's important, they may not even read it. And we also understand that individuals overestimate the nature of privacy. Now, while healthcare organizations and life sciences organizations are held to very stringent confidentiality protections, in life sciences research in particular, a person's information is used a lot more frequently than they would assume. And likewise in healthcare organizations, it's very common. The most common type of research conducted is actually a retrospective chart review. And individuals who have healthcare at an organization have absolutely no idea how often their information might be queried for use in this type of retrospective chart review. It's the most common form, again, for students, fellows, individuals who need a short-term project. And going on data anonymization, we talk about how important it is to anonymize information, but again, it's I think of it as something of an illusion in the regards that we can tokenize information, a variable of identifiable information, and blockchain is very good at creating tokenization for that. However, with the increases of artificial intelligence and capabilities of cross-matching data sets, it is increasingly possible, not necessarily likely, but possible that people could be identified. So as we move forward, as we've created thoughtful approaches to how we would design, then these are additional questions that we would ask in order to understand how we can do this as ethically and create this framework as ethically as possible. And this largely relies on the work of LaPointe and Fishbane, and this is a group out of the Beek Center from Georgetown University. And they've created this kind of decision spiral where all of these factors are interrelated and that they influence each other. And it's an ongoing process of how we view ethics. And going first, how is governance created and managed? You can imagine with health information and life sciences, with it being so private, that it's important to have an overlying governance structure and where, like if you have consortia, who's liable, who's going to make decisions? And so that governance is an ongoing process for the maintenance. And we talked about how is identity defined and established, which is one of the biggest challenges when sharing health information. In fact, there's a regional health information exchange in Colorado that spends $500,000 per year on identity management alone. And then we go through input verification, authentication, asking how is access defined, granted, controlled, How is ownership of data defined, granted, and executed? And as I mentioned earlier, ownership is a very complex concept in health information. And so we would want to verify not necessarily legal ownership, but the capabilities of control. And last, how is security set up and guaranteed? So for those of you who are interested in learning more about these concepts, I offered some information for further reading. These first two resources from the Government Blockchain Association and then from LaPointe and Fishbane are available online at no charge. These provide great insights of how to just think through how we can design blockchain structures that are both in the best interests of patients and how we manage information, but can also facilitate a more ethical approach to how we manage healthcare and life sciences research. And if you have any additional questions, feel free to ask them during this session, and feel free to also contact me. I provided my email address, and I encourage you to also connect with me on LinkedIn. So now I'm willing to open it up for questions.
Oh my God, you are like, you know, right on time and beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So can we maybe, could you please turn off the slide sharing so that we can have your full face? I'll tell you the reason. We are actually doing live tweeting. And
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so we have already 2 questions from,
Great.
3 questions from the chat box. Okay. So Martin from US is asking, what do you think holds back corporations from endorsing holding large reserves of cash for emergencies? Is it a question for Dr. Wendy, or I think the past panelist? I guess that's yes. Okay, Marco is saying that, how would you win individuals' feeling? Marco is from Australia. How would you win individuals' feelings to shift and be more open-minded now on blockchain platforms?
That's a great question, and that's been a huge challenge for me. I interact with healthcare and life sciences organizations every day in my role. And as you're aware, these organizations tend to be pretty conservative when it comes to approaching new technologies. And they also tend to use legacy equipment for as long as they possibly can. So in changing attitudes and cultures, the first thing I start out with is explaining to them that we're in the 21st century, but we still have 20th century mindset. We have moved on from paper to electronics largely in most areas of healthcare, but not necessarily around the world. Even in those areas that have moved to electronic health record systems, there is hesitance about changing workflow or changing how resources are allocated. So one of the approaches that I use is I first explain to them that changing their technology and utilizing blockchain has benefits that they had not previously considered. So I start with a combination of I usually start with identifying what their specific needs are, and then addressing those needs on a point-by-point basis from both a financial, such as like a return on investment, and also an ethical approach, and asking them not just what's best for profit, but what's best for their patients, what's best for their healthcare providers to reduce burnout, what's best for creating a healthcare ecosystem that enables better treatment, better exchange of information. And so once we lay that comprehensive groundwork about how we can be more thoughtful and in approaching healthcare, it really opens the dialogue for considering options that might be in their best interest and their patient's best interest, but they hadn't thought of before.
Beautiful. Okay, so Rania, I think, is asking a benefit of information technology in future. Is it specific to blockchain or it's whole IT? IT is large, like it's huge.
Oh, sure. Well, that's certainly a good question. And in the context in which I work, I utilize blockchain as a form of health information technology. So my presentation was about some of the unique aspects of blockchain, but I mean, my PhD is in health information technology, so I certainly see the world, the ecosystem as being much larger than blockchain. And I think that some of the components I talked about regarding ethics and how we can create patient-centric approaches do extend much more broadly beyond blockchain. For example, many organizations have had to switch, and kind of with a radical approach and mindset, about how they approach healthcare right now in a COVID pandemic era, and how they've had to switch from traditional 20th century in-person care into more virtual care, and using remote sensors, to monitor their patients remotely in order to do televisits, telemedicine, video visits. There is much more capability. And I do think, and in answer to your question, that we can apply much of this ethical approach to many newer forms of technology.
Super. So I've got a small question from another social media, VK, interesting, from Russia. So the question is, if I have translated correctly, it was in Russian. So pardon me if I mean, to the audience, pardon me if I have done it correctly. The question is, we can see a lot of enhancement into the blockchain technology, and that is affecting our human life with healthcare systems. So do you feel that we are allowed to give our data, our sophisticated information, probably the retina or maybe the health card of ours, to a complete unknown source, which is new in the market? Is there any security glitch?
Okay, I'm going to answer this question a few different ways. So one component is that we are already unknowingly giving a lot of our information to other parties that we're not aware of. So for example, I wear a Fitbit, and I had no idea how Fitbit was using and selling my information. Healthcare organizations also partner with a number of companies that offer business services to patients, or researchers who are allowed under supervision to access your health information. When we think of blockchain, we also think about decentralization, and how one of the goals of blockchain is a decentralized approach to information sharing. With healthcare right now, the modes that are being developed are largely centralized. I know it kind of defeats the concept of blockchain, but these are done in private permission settings where they are mostly distributed ledger technologies and may not meet the pure definition of blockchain. For those true blockchains that are decentralized and maybe permissionless, organizations are moving toward using tokenization. And when I say tokenization, I don't mean utility tokens or security tokens. I'm talking about changing the identifiers into like an ID characteristic, so that many of those features can still be used without compromising the identity of individuals. So I do believe that as information is really ubiquitous, we're sharing information about us all the time without necessarily realizing it. We can use technologies like blockchain in order to better protect that type of information. Again, I talked about tokenization. Another is zero knowledge proofs, and there are many more capabilities. So it's a kind of a complex answer, but to say we're already sharing broadly, and the hope is that we can just use better technology to protect it.
Super. I've got a question from the chat box from Dr. Amit Banerjee. Amit is actually from Singapore, and he's an Indian. I know him in person when.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so he's in his early days, we used to have some good time. Thank you, Amit, for joining. The question to Dr. Wendy. Hi, Dr. Wendy, excellent talk. Can you recommend some standard blockchain solutions, probably some packages, dedicated for device people who are new into the IoT or blockchain space?
Oh, great. If you are new into IoT and blockchain, I would recommend that you go with platform as a service. So there are many modules that you can create and kind of it's not quite plug and play, even though they talk about it. So for example, in the Hyperledger project, there are modules that can be built together. It's not quite as user-friendly as they say, but it is one starting point. There are other platforms as a service that are commercially available. For example, my employer, BurstIQ, offers a HIPAA compliant, GDPR compliant platform as a service that organizations can build their applications on top of. And it might be a great solution for those who need the capabilities of a blockchain, but don't want to go into all the design features and then have to worry about the regulatory compliance. Privacy regulations are very, very important, and they differ by country. In some cases, they differ by region within a country. And it's helpful to partner with an organization that already understands the privacy regulations and has designed a platform to meet all of the physical, technological, and administrative safeguards required for managing healthcare and life sciences research.
Super answer. So I've got another question from social media. It's a very short question, but I think she already answered it. But in any case, I'll repeat the question to Dr. Wendy. Will blockchain save the healthcare system?
The answer to that is no, but it can help the healthcare system in very specific targeted ways. Blockchain isn't for every problem, and it's not going to take over healthcare, but there are specific applications for which blockchain can make a very important difference. And so as long as we are very careful in how we target blockchain uses and make sure that we are also conducting research and showing how it improves the effectiveness, efficiency, and satisfaction of healthcare users, then we can make progress in those targeted areas.
I've got another question. Probably a student is asking this, a very usual common question, but it's for you. What is data structure?
Data structure. Well, in blockchain, it's actually quite different.
Yeah.
We are so accustomed especially in life sciences research, to think about data in a data table where there are rows and columns. Blockchain enables us to have more capability with the type of information that would be stored in a data lake. A data lake is an open repository of structured and unstructured information. In the blockchain that I work on, we can ingest structured information from a data table, for example, or from a specific type of algorithm that manages the variable names and characteristics. But we can also take in unstructured information, and we can also store images and files that are smaller than 10 megabytes. So when we think about managing and storing data, the decisions about how we do that are dependent on the business model and the nature of how we are trying to utilize that information. So I would just encourage you to be creative and flexible when you think about how to use blockchain and that capability, and that there are more options for how we can better manage that information.
Super. So we are open for some more questions if you have any. Meanwhile, let me come back from 3 social media. Sorry, Dr. Wendy, I'm trying to do a lot, like.
Yes, you are. You're doing a great job. Okay. You're keeping all of us on track too.
Okay, so yeah, there is another interesting question. Blockchain would be used in strong electronic medical records. Now, when you put that record into probably, we call it as a security, we call it as a secured data, what are the vulnerability threats? And if we at all going for next generation robots to access that data and give us some amount of medicine out of it, do you feel the usual structured doctors will have benefits? Is it a threat? Is it an opportunity? Or it's a wax?
Okay, that's a long and complex question, so I'll answer it the best way that I can. So in healthcare, the number one security risk is human behavior. Number one by far, like I've seen estimates between 80 and 90%. So that means people are inappropriately sharing their passwords. They don't have very good password security. They might be clicking on inappropriate links that are sent to them via email and sharing typically their login information. So blockchain cannot address human behavior. For other components, blockchain is being used in a number of different ways for healthcare records. The most common solution it's being used for healthcare records is actually creating a layer on top of a health information record system and offering ability to better manage data sharing and permissions. So in that regard, it's not actually managing the record itself, only managing how information is being accessed and shared. For those organizations that are looking to blockchain, the nature of encryption has to meet the regulatory requirements for health information and the regulatory requirements for privacy. And so in the United States, for example, the Department of Health and Human Services has created specific technological standards for health information. And so if a blockchain is going to store that information, and blockchains do store some health information. My employer, Burst IQ, stores health information on chain, as a matter of fact, and has been certified by independent auditors as being HIPAA compliant. So to achieve that, it just requires very, very stringent approaches for how it's being managed and how, and the regulations are also changing on interoperability. And so as we think about security, we also have to think about how data are formatted and in a way that it can be shared with health information exchanges and can be shared with other facilities that might need that information for continuity of care. So, and for benefits for doctors, it's a huge benefit to be able to access previously performed medical procedures, for example, medication information, allergy information, so that care can be provided appropriately and in a timely manner. So I think where blockchain makes the biggest difference for that is the interoperability and sharing of that health information so that we can have real-time exchanges and can reduce the likelihood of medical errors or overperforming procedures.
Super answer. So we have around 19 questions at the moment, and I'm just picking up a few of them so that we are in time. This interesting question is asked by a kid. His age, according to the comment, is approximate 14 and a half. And he's asking, his name is Miguela, and asking a question to Dr. Wendy. In healthcare, the future generation looks at it, the blockchain technology looks at it as the next generation solving system for our own healthcare system. And I'm from a location where we don't have a proper maintenance of our normal usual user data. For my grandfather, if I really want to know that what is his issues or problems, I don't have any kind of clue. I think you are coming as a blessing. You means Dr. Wendy. You are coming as a blessing to all of us so that we can have that kind of solution. Ma'am, deep respect, but I want to understand how soon we all can have all those technological advancement so that we can live happily. Okay.
Oh, what a sweet question. And I really appreciate the insight and the understanding for the need. Thank you again. To answer that, there are two aspects with health information management. There's what we can do at the infrastructure level for the healthcare ecosystem, and then there's what we can do on a personal or individual level. In areas like you're talking about, where we don't have an ecosystem designed with appropriate infrastructure, maybe there aren't electronic health records yet, or maybe there isn't a good way of exchanging information between care facilities. In those cases, then we strongly advocate for a personal health record. And this is like an app that you manage that contains information that you obtain from your doctors. You either enter it yourself, or sometimes there are ways that you can obtain information from any internal system where you can download some of that into your app. But in that app, you can share you maintain that, and you share on your phone, or you can also send by email with your family members. You can share with other doctors, and all of your information is in one place that you control. So that's where we see it starting. I have the opportunity right now, I'm working with some physicians in Nigeria to create a personal health record system so that individuals can better manage and share their own health information. And we're also setting up a system in Australia where, again, it's a personal health record system where information can be obtained from different clinics. But since you, as the consumer and the patient, are the one that is has the greatest need for this accuracy and the ability to engage other family members in your care as well, we believe that that's the first starting point at creating a blockchain facilitated system that can better meet your healthcare needs.
I think that answers your question. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Wendy, for
yes, you're so welcome.
Taking all these questions, and really glad that we can see you and we can hear
Great.
your insights. Thank you so much. So if you are there, Mr. Smarajit Mitra, we had one question which was left. I'm not sure if you're there online. I can see you. You are there in the panel. Mr. Mitra, are you there? Give me a second. Let me give him a ping. Okay, let us come back to him if he's online. If you have any other questions, we are happy to take. Dr. Wendy is here. We have other panelists, and yes, I can see Marty. My good friend is also over there. Although Marty is from US, from your place, Dr. Wendy, probably you should, meet each other. He's a great guy doing awesome, amazing stuff. Yeah. Okay, if you don't have question, let me go back to social media again, because we had 19. So
okay,
let me pick another question. These are all generic. It's all answered. Okay. What is the difference between electronic health records and personal health records with the blockchain system you're referring to?
Sure. The term electronic health record generally applies to a system managed by a healthcare organization in order to record a person's health history and the treatments that they receive. An electronic health record system also manages billing, interaction with insurance companies. It can manage scheduling. So that's the term to these. They're commercially available. They're typically, even though you can work with a commercial provider for an electronic health record system, they are pretty customized for organizations, again, and provide a wide range of services as an infrastructure for delivering care and billing for that care. A personal health record is managed by an individual. So it contains much of the same information as an electronic health record, but the individual manages that information and determines how they want to share that information, and can update it with information, with details that they know about. For example, if they stop taking a medication, they can update their record, their personal health record, whereas the hospital or clinic may not know that. So it's really about who manages that information and who has control, more ready control over how it's shared.
Super. Okay, so we have another interesting question which I can find. Could you please touch upon a few of the use cases of blockchain in healthcare?
Oh,
That's a
sure.
lengthy one.
And there are,
Yeah.
yeah, there are hundreds. And that's what's become really exciting. And I personally have gotten to work on a few dozen different applications. So there are some that are intended to help with the healthcare ecosystem and how health information, let me back up, how health delivery is managed. So in one regard, we have supply chain management. That's a very strong case. It's being widely developed across the world. And in fact, in the United States, the Food and Drug Administration is helping with pilots on managing supply chain of medications. And blockchain is really an ideal mechanism for tracking each of the individual interactions. For other areas, credentialing is another infrastructure help. Having blockchain as a single source of truth that organizations can tap into for managing a person's education and their individual qualifications. For me in clinical research, some areas involving that I'm most passionate about, and I am seeing a lot of interest, is the ability to manage what we call dynamic consent. And I talked about that in my presentation as well, where blockchain remains a single source of truth as to what an individual's preferences are for agreeing to participate in research or changing their minds about menu-based options. And with the ability with blockchain, an individual can log in through a portal and can make their own changes, and then it uses smart contracts to automate the access subsequent to that. So those are just a few examples of some of the things, but I could talk all day about how exciting it is to see blockchain being developed in healthcare and life sciences.
Okay, so as we see, Mr. Mitra is here. So there was a question from Martin from the US. He asked you that, what do you think holds back corporation from endorsing holding large reserves of cash for emergency? Mr. Mitra, question to you.
Yes, Mr. Martin. You see, cash reserves take place when the abnormally large cash reserves take under two circumstances. One, when you are operating in
I think you have a network issue, Mr. Mitra.
The sub
We can't hear you, Smarajit Mitra, Mr. Mitra. I think we are losing him. Okay, so Martin is asking you another question, Dr. Wendy. He is asking you.
Okay, great.
Is there any concern about assisting law enforcement in ethics policies and electronic health records?
Ooh, that's a good question. I honestly think the blockchain can help with that. So each country, as well as each individual state, has regulations or laws about, first of all, what is the authority of law enforcement to access information under a subpoena or other court order. And health information is frequently sought when an individual is injured, for example, or when a potential crime has been committed that involves some healthcare component. So this is certainly an appropriate question. When it comes to, but at the same time, let me say that there is risk about how someone's information can be used inappropriately by law enforcement. For example, when blood is drawn in a hospital, we want to make sure that law enforcement doesn't gain access to that blood to run a DNA test to see if that person has committed a crime that would be identified in DNA. There have to be appropriate causes for how information is being accessed, and individuals have to provide informed consent for uses of genetic testing, for example. So in blockchain, one component being tried is that you can create layers of governance on top of the consent structure so that you can specify that even if an individual wants to share information, that it might not be permitted under that regulation or jurisdiction. So for example, let's say a researcher got a request from law enforcement to share someone's DNA from the research that they're doing, that the governance structure would block that because there would need to be, say, a subpoena or some other cause in order to allow that to be transferred legally. So that is one aspect that we're seeing some potential benefit of using blockchain as an additional layer of protections for ability to manage the way that information is used, health information is used and shared. So great question.
Okay, Farah is trying to ask some question. Farah, I actually put you unmuted, like you can speak to the panelists directly if you want to ask the question. Or if you want to write, welcome Farah.
Andy and Arijit, thank you so much for a very good explanation on blockchain and how it works with medical industry. I just have a very simple question, how actually blockchain operates with cryptocurrencies? Just a very simple question. Thank you.
Oh, it's actually not a simple answer. So it really depends on the way that the blockchain is modeled and how, whether it uses the type of blockchains that are currently facilitating cryptocurrencies. The most common blockchain for cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin. If the Ethereum network is also set up to share Ether, there are dozens of coins that have been established. For healthcare, it's a little bit more challenging. You can create mechanisms by which a person can be incentivized using cryptocurrency to share their health information, to participate in research. The component that makes it a little bit more challenging in healthcare is the way that the revenue systems work and tax systems. So in the United States, for example, the IRS regulates the sale of cryptocurrency and must be declared for its actual value at the point of sharing. And many healthcare organizations have determined it's too complicated to associate cryptocurrency with payments to individuals. So what they're doing is looking at more of like a utility token so that they can give people points, for example, for purchasing maybe healthcare goods. So in research, it's even more complicated because everyone has to receive the same amount for participation. It has to be equal across participants. And so cryptocurrency is not currently being exchanged when it comes to payment for individuals. The last thing I'll say is many healthcare blockchains, which are private, can link with public blockchains for cryptocurrency exchanges. It's just figuring out how best to work with the infrastructure in that hospital system and with the taxation of it and make it functional in some kind of practical way.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wendy.
You're welcome.
Okay, so as we can see, Mr. Mitra is there. Sorry for the network glitch. So you want to address the question? And
yeah, the second point which I was about to make was very simply, supernormal profits are purposefully restricted by governments and the authorities through a staggered means of taxation, so that to bring in a sort of equity, if I might call it, across the world. However, saying that by the time you are halfway through the pandemic, on an average, most of the corporate reserves have dwindled to the basic minimum. So that is there. So this is something which prevents organizations from going in, across for a super normal cash reserves, unless it is ill-begotten, as we say it, and against the law. So if that is happening, otherwise, really, corporates keeping liquidity beyond a certain level is very hard to come by.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitra, for the answer. I can see that the next speaker is on the panel, Michel, and I can see that Marty, my good friend, is always, helping us and is there with us. So let's not waste time. Let's jump to Michel, and let me introduce her in my own way. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome the lady, the founder, the CEO, and the investor of Global Policy House, the top 10 African woman in blockchain, Michel. And we are happy and honored to have you over here. Michel, could you please turn on your mic, and probably we can have your session. So for your information, we have people from across the world, and I'm really blessed and happy to see all these people who are listening to us, asking questions from various social media along with the chat box. Over to you, Michel.
Thank you. Thanks very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you, everybody, for having me over here. It was a little difficult for me to connect. I'm actually in a little village in the UK here, so the connection is a bit poor, especially when I put on my camera. So if it does get a bit messy, I might turn off the camera as I present. So, but thank you so much. This is very, very exciting. I think, the world is certainly seeing quite a lot of change, and we've seen quite a lot of change going on, but I want to try and see if I can share a couple of slides with you guys. So if you give me a second. I don't know if you can see those.
Yes, we can.
Brilliant, that's great. No, again, thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I think, as the world closes off 2020, there's a number of things I think we need to probably think about. And from Wendy's last speech, I think it's a nice way to jump into really looking at understanding whether digitization as a whole is actually playing a role, and how it can play a role in terms of economic resilience and growth as we move ahead into a new year, but also into what we're calling the recovery post a very, very challenging year. So we'll cover a little bit more around that and how we can navigate the space to do that. Of course, COVID has impacted absolutely everybody, and I'm sure everyone who's on this call today has had some sort of impact relating to COVID. But there are a number of other, factors that are going on as well that we haven't really been hearing so much of, because obviously everything has been dominated by the impacts of COVID. The challenges that we're starting to see around things like supply chain frictions, which of course was heightened when a lot of countries could not have access to PPE and a range of other equipment. Very, very challenging environments. And then you've got issues around climate change that we're starting to look at as we move ahead. Huge unemployment, depending what parts of the world we're talking about. And of course, very much shifting demographics, and even the impact of COVID. I think you're going to start to see quite a lot of shifts in terms of demographics as we move ahead. But of course, digitization has played a very core role in helping economies really sort of settle down. And helping economies, address some of the challenges, be it, we need to get medication to a certain place, we're leveraging technology, be it we need to look at healthcare data in order for us to inform us about how we plan and inform our citizens. Certainly here in the UK, the government has been very, very heavily reliant on data and digitization to help curate, a lot of the response measures, COVID response measures. Of course, the digital disruption as a whole, I think is no longer just being seen as a disruption, but more of an enabler to create opportunities, right, to really help with the recovery and moving forward with resilience. So just having a bit of contextualization there before I go into, some of the technologies that have played a pretty core role in helping countries navigate this space. And certainly, of course, you can see there, I've put just a picture of Africa there. just to highlight, some of the impacts in that region. And you can see that, there's been it's not as difficult as other parts of the world, but you can see that COVID, it certainly has had a massive impact more generically everywhere. And we're starting to see some of the more, results of some of those impacts trickling down into economies or emerging markets, and around things like, the economic growth, kind of reducing levels of growth, heavy levels of debt, that are coming up because of the challenges that countries have faced. Of course, there has been stimulus packages around things like, debt relief and other things that have been explored. But all these factors, as we move ahead, are going to play a major role in terms of how each regions will develop moving forward, not just in Africa, be it Asia, be it in Europe and all that. COVID has really shaken things up. And I think as we move ahead, we need to be a little bit more strategic and clever in terms of how we respond to some of these challenges that we're facing. So have we had a digital revolution? Are we seeing a digital revolution? Certainly, I think from the experiences that I've had, and certainly from the last 8 months, I've never seen as much innovation going on, in as little as 8 months as compared to the last couple of years. And I have been involved more so in the blockchain and the digital transformation space since around 2009 or so. And never has there been that momentum to really understand, explore what's happening within the digital economy. So that's quite exciting. But at the same time, there's a lot of capacity building and learning and education that needs to happen in order for everybody to really leverage opportunities with digital. But the digital revolution certainly is here, in many other parts of the world. We have seen innovation already really transforming certain parts of the continent. In Africa, for example, you have seen the likes of M-Pesa. This is sort of mobile enabled money, movements and all that happening. In the UK, again, there's a lot of activity happening within the fintech circles and within the innovation space. Same in China, same in India, there's much activity there. But are we looking at solutions that are actually scaling and making a difference? I think that's the big question. And that's when we move towards a revolution. But most of it is all being driven by data. And I think data has to be well understood. And the opportunities with data are really quite massive. So when we're talking about digitization as a whole, how can we leverage data-driven solutions? How can we ensure that interconnectivity, and how do we start to look at pulling out, quality data that we can start to utilize across the value chain, where you're creating new business models and you're facilitating more, financial digitization across the value chain. Of course, the regulatory structures, again, around data is something that we have not really been speaking so much about, but that is something that needs to be looked at quite carefully. And of course, leveraging on that quality data. Now, the data element is important when we talk about, all these kind of different technologies that most of you, I'm sure, have either come across or you're playing around with or you're interacting with. 3D printing was pretty prominent across the last couple of months, when different sort of equipment was being 3D printed and using 3D printing, IoT, Internet of Things, where again, you're connecting devices and cities around the world, which is starting to fuel activity here. So it's no longer a question of, is digital important? The question I had several years ago, it's now a question of, okay, can we understand the technology so we can deploy it where it's actually most effective? And can we get some value out of it? Very, very important. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics. It's a very busy ecosystem going on here. But how much are we actually understanding these technologies? How much are we leveraging it? I think the next phase, where we're starting to see China and other places, we're playing around with things like quantum computing. And what does that mean? If the speed is expedited and there's massive, quantum computing potential in the next couple of years or so, what does that actually mean? How can we leverage that opportunity? Shall we wait for 20 years down the line to start making those decisions? Or shall we be looking at this straight away? And there are massive opportunities, in terms of tech opportunities, where those technologies I've just highlighted are playing a critical role today. You know, the supply chain, again, of course, the supply chain, I think you can look at it a little bit more detail, especially when you start to think about things like blockchain and how blockchain can help to really unravel what's happening in the supply chain. Same with artificial intelligence, trade finance, auditability, logistics, you know, these are industries or sectors where we can deploy these technologies so that we can actually make some impactful change. And blockchain, is it an answer to everything? Absolutely not. So I've been spending quite a lot of time in the blockchain space, and I'm sure you've heard already from Wendy on some of the use cases. I won't spend too much time on the use cases, but blockchain, you know, it's a difficult area for many people to understand and how to actually use and leverage a blockchain. And the actual definitions around blockchain, again, you get so many different versions that's being given to different people. But it is important to understand what are the underlying structures behind blockchain so that you can effectively utilize that technology to do better. And for me, I really like to simplify it, you know, and I work with so many groups, but, you know, having those blocks of data, which is ultimately what it is, you know, you have blocks of data, and that data can be in the form of value. That value can be in the form of money, it could be in the form of property, it could be in the form of documentation that you place onto the blockchain. And you have that security that, you know, that information is being stored securely, and you can exchange, you can, you know, sort of play around with that value that you're putting onto the blockchain. It's slightly more secure. It offers more transparency. You know, you can look at things in real time. You can track and monitor, and you can go back into the history on the chain to understand what's going on with that value that you've placed there. So very, very important, I think, one, to understand and to also really differentiate what's the difference between cryptocurrency and blockchain. How can I leverage opportunities with cryptocurrency, and how can I leverage opportunities with the underlying technology blockchain? Many, many opportunities, and I will just run through a couple here. So yes, a look at our blockchain. This, again, I'm not going to go into detail, really just gives you a little nice graphic on how blockchain actually works. You know, where you have that peer-to-peer network interaction, and then you have to have some element of validation, authentication that is happening before a transaction can actually happen. And then a verified transaction, which has to be verified through consensus of the network, you know, and the members within the network. Then that transaction can carry on and continue to happen. But you have that, you know, the beauty of it is you can have that visibility of what's going on across through the whole interaction here. And it's kind of very, very quick and very easy to monitor. Again, depending on the type of blockchain, you've got very different types of blockchain, you know, be it private or public blockchain. That understanding has to come through as well. But where can we use blockchain solutions? Where are we starting to see you know, the deployment of these solutions? Certainly when you're looking at things like, you know, sort of interbanking engagement, certainly here in the UK, some of the banks have formed consortia where they're trialing their distributed ledger technology, you know, which again, blockchain is an example, you know, on how they can interact with each other, how they can monitor what's going on with each other through private blockchains, for example. The R3 model is a good example. You know, when you start to think about things like remittances, and cross-border, you know, trade, and ensuring that, you know, there's a bit more transparency within that, blockchain again comes in very, very strongly. When we start to worry about things like KYC, AML, regulation, you know, trade finance, and being able to access micro loans, for example, blockchain plays a critical role. So there are a number of areas where blockchain is being trialed. It's not an answer to everything. It is not. But the technology has certain, you know, functionalities that enable you to be able to do some of these things in a little bit more creative way. And as we move ahead, as the technology develops, which it still is developing, as the technology develops, I think the use cases will become a little bit more transparent, you know, and much, much easier for people to understand and relate the technology and apply it in the right areas. So it's a very interesting time, I think, as we progress. But one of the areas I'm quite passionate about that I have seen some pretty interesting change is how, you know, sort of blockchain could actually help with things like trade finance or access to finance, especially for small, medium enterprises. So, you know, currently the sort of financial system or the banking system can be a very difficult system for SMEs to be able to access the capital that they need. Now, when you bring in a decentralized platform where you have peer-to-peer interaction, you have peer-to-peer networks that can be able to facilitate or bring forward, sort of crowdfunding type model in place, which is being securely monitored and controlled through a blockchain, it offers massive opportunities for, transformations around things like microloans, which again, a lot of SMEs really could benefit from access to trade finance. You have trade finance platforms that can be connected, interconnected with each other. You've got investors that can come onto the platform, and SMEs can be matched with investors. This sort of activity can be monitored in real time. All that sort of interaction and the complexity that we have within the trade ecosystem at the moment can really be streamlined so that we can bring in a bit more value. And here I just highlight a little bit more in terms of where exactly can we see some of the impact of blockchain, especially when you're looking around, for example, supply chain. COVID-19 was an excellent use case, but it's not necessarily we were not ready, I don't think, with a pandemic like COVID-19, and we were not ready with a blockchain solution to deploy at full scale. But thinking ahead and thinking in future, thinking about recovery, thinking about resilience, it is important we start to think a bit more like, okay, how do we mitigate against this happening in future? How do we leverage data? How can we use blockchain? If we need to, we might not need to, where can we use the technology? Is the transparency going to help us in terms of making those decisions that we need to? The track and trace that blockchain provides, how can we better utilize that so that there's a bit more verification and authentication that comes with the usage of the technology? And at the end of the day, every nation, I don't know of any nation around the world that does not want to boost digital trade, does not want trade to flow. We've had challenges around trade flowing smoothly. There are issues around regulation. There are issues around, who has what in what country, who is sharing what in what country. How can we make it a bit more, more fair and even? How can we ensure that there's transparency in place that enables us to bring forward digital trade? Here's just a picture, an example of, the steps that are followed within the trade ecosystem when you're trading and you're doing business, of documentation that have to be, sorted out and filled and moved from A to B, the complexity of all these different players in the marketplace. Now, bringing technologies like blockchain, AI, and even IoT, when you have them converge together, you streamline this whole entire process. And there's greater visibility and understanding of what's happening from end to end, across the value chain, like I was saying. So it's worth investing, a lot more research and development in this area, like some countries have done, especially in places like Dubai, in China, here in the UK and other places where there's quite a lot of research and development going on. But we need to move now from that level of just research to start to look at how can we deploy these technologies so it makes a difference. And at the end of the day, for us, I think in my company, we're very, very keen on how can we utilize things like blockchain and other emerging technology for sustainable cities and for sustainable smart cities. Very, very interesting here. This is something we've put together at the company to really help people understand where can you use the technology, where can it have measurable, impactful, opportunities with the tech. And certainly here is just a quick kind of overview on layers of how you look at the ecosystem. So the digital economy isn't just about one tech. So it's not a case of we just pick blockchain and that's it. And if we deploy blockchain, it's going to answer everything. Like I said, absolutely not. We do look at this layer, this growth opportunity that comes with, technology or digital economy as a whole. And I won't go into this, but this gives a little clear picture around data analytics and applications that are pretty much at the user end, where you have your applications on your mobiles and you're using that for all sorts of things. But behind that, there's been quite a lot of work and steps that have been taken to develop those applications. Again, I won't go into this slide too much, but digital financing opportunities, again, for things like smart cities, you can leverage technology. We need to think about more green finance. We need to invest in more sustainable projects, right? And how are we going to source that investment? How do we know that investment is green or is going towards green projects? Very, very hard to monitor at the moment. How do we know that the stimulus packages that all countries or governments are giving out are actually being utilized according to the rules and plans that we have? Very difficult to track at the moment. I think converged opportunities with technology will play a big role as we move forward, as we look at the recovery. Be it you're looking at AI and blockchain or IoT and blockchain, there's massive opportunities for scalable and impactful solutions to come out of this. And certainly, again, I give an example here where transformation, on a large scale is actually being looked at. When you look at the continent of Africa, which many people really struggle to understand the dynamics of that continent. And Africa is now coming together and forming a single market, through the continental free trade area. This is the next kind of growth continent. You have very many young people, major industries to be created. Even the digital economy is starting to pick up and will thrive, I think, as we move ahead, once you get more and more investment in there. But for the investment to flow, for projects to happen, you need a lot more to create the environments that you want to create, but also provide access to things like data. And then reassurance to things like investors and business people who are interested on the continent. So again, you can utilize technology and digitization to actually steer that up. And finally, just some examples of what's happening elsewhere around the world. In Singapore, again, Singapore is way ahead in terms of looking at technology. I've talked about China. Taiwan is one of the countries that has, previously, historically been dealing with pandemics and health crises quite well, but you don't hear so much about. So how do we start to even share more information using digitization, using digital platforms on how we can resolve some of the challenges we have? Canada, New York, everybody has been looking and testing a different, be it AI, or they're using IoT, or they're, looking at blockchain-based applications to help with some of the pandemic issues. So it is all across the world. Across Europe, again, we have apps and different, encrypted data programs that we have that you can track and trace and all that. Some of it hasn't worked so much because a lot of it sometimes it's been centralized. They've used centralized protocols rather than decentralized protocols. Again, something worth to consider. So just to summarize, in terms of what are recommendations, from our end, as a global company, we've been working all over the world, really, and we haven't stopped since March this year because there's been such a heavy interest in the digital economy and digital transformation. But how do we genuinely create those spaces that we want? We're looking at digital futures. We certainly are looking at digital. We have no choice. I think we are going to be living in a digital world. It's going to be a blend, I think a hybrid, of where we get back to our normality that we were used to in the past, but at the same time, there'll be a heavy element of the digital element. So how do we ensure everybody is included within the digital futures, which is really, really important? Connectivity is key. Providing access to new markets by using digitization, using these technologies is important. I talked about converged innovations. Understand our demographics, our talent pool, to help them to create new business models, value creation, education is absolutely key. Education, and innovation is very, very important. But when you look at digitization, it's not just a case of one little element that you put in, it's end to end. So, sort of supply chain end-to-end digitization will help to shrink and streamline that, picture I showed you with the heavy documentation going on. And for us, we've designed our own, framework in place that we've been working with the UN and a range of other organizations on how you can really look at post-COVID resilience and recovery. So this is kind of some of the detail from our framework where we look at you must prepare, you must protect, you must preserve, and all this really you can use things like data and you can use information, you can use technology. And then how do you monitor what platforms are you using? We're moving to, we are in the sort of platform token economy, if you like. How is that going to change the monetary systems? How are we going to look at decentralized marketplaces? How do you personalize? Everybody's going to be interested in more personalized services and goods. Looking at digital assets. How do we create people-centric policies? How do we connect everybody? How do we ensure we're not leaving people behind? All very, very important. And finally, Global Policy House is just a bit of information of who we are, who we work with. We very much focus a lot around addressing the SDGs, very, very important. I mean, we've circled most, we have 4, 5, 6, 7 SDGs that we're touching and working with many, many global institutions. We have many more masterclasses around digital transformation for those that might be interested. And we work with many, many partners. And finally, just to thank you so much for your attention. I hope that wasn't too rushed. Here are my contact details, and please feel free to just connect anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the lovely, beautiful presentation of yours. And could you please turn off the screen sharing so that we can take the snaps, because we are
Sure.
doing a lot of live tweets. Okay, so I think the floor is open for question and answer. So we'll be more than happy to take question. And if you have any, I think our distinguished speaker would love to answer that. Meanwhile, let me go back and come back to you again from the social media. We usually get a lot of questions. So let me see what I can get. Open for Q&A, audience. Okay, so I have got an interesting question for you. Asked by someone, his name is Sweta Kumari. Cryptocurrencies have the potential to enable social media and economic growth throughout the world, including the developing countries. So in your opinion, what are the next developing countries who are going to see the growth of blockchain and cryptocurrencies?
Sure. No, that's a great question. Very interesting question. I think we're starting to see a lot of the more emerging markets. I'll give you an example. In Africa, you take countries like Nigeria, South Africa, again, it's always been quite established, but Nigeria is starting to see a real big boom in terms of, usage of things like cryptocurrency, and the real interest on how can they, especially young people. So there's a lot of young people who are really getting involved, and then small businesses and entrepreneurs who are either struggling to access capital under normal environments and are really looking to cryptocurrency to source some funding for them. But even shifting away from Africa as well, when you go into Asia, I think even in India, there's an interest from a lot more younger sort of innovative businesses that are keen to access, easier way to access capital and finance. So the countries where you're seeing that we have challenges around Forex, difficulty to access Forex, or, where you're so reliant on things like the dollar, people are starting to wake up to these new innovation, digital finance innovations, including things like cryptocurrency. Now, the danger with that as well, as much as, yes, we encourage, opportunities for innovation and for innovation like cryptocurrency, but we also have to encourage a safe environment for these things to happen. So, I think regulation is quite important, even within the space of cryptocurrency, so that people are not either losing money and we're protecting consumers. So there has to be a balance that can be struck between, people kind of accessing these cryptocurrencies, and it's not going away. I think, this is going to be an industry that's going to grow. As you've seen over the last couple of, weeks or so, Bitcoin has been rising. And there's a number of issues around that. So we've had challenges in some countries around quantitative easing and lots of printing of money. That is not sustainable in the long term. So new models of finance will naturally appear. We are looking at things like central bank digital currencies as well coming into play, and a whole range of other innovations. So this is not something that's going to go away. And emerging markets where people are struggling already to access capital and liquidity anyway, they will look to other innovations like cryptocurrency.
Super answer. Okay, I don't know if this is the right time to give you this question, but how global trade digitization could support COVID-19?
Yes, it's a fantastic question. I did say earlier on that, I think definitely COVID-19 has been a pretty interesting use case for the kind of blockchain and digitization environment. Yes, absolutely. I think, digitization can play a major, even a bigger role in terms of helping to sort out the challenges around COVID. COVID, and even it's already happening. I think a lot of governments around the world are reliant on data, and really using that data to help them, inform them in terms of the measures they're coming up with to help citizens around the world to maintain and control what's happening with COVID-19. So digitization as a whole, refers to much wider than just, for example, blockchain, but how do we actually start to leverage the digital economy and what's in the digital economy so that we can start to tackle some of the challenges which relate directly to COVID. But remember, with COVID, there are other, sort of things that are falling out of as a result of COVID. So, you know, even though people think, okay, in Africa, there hasn't been that much of an impact with COVID, but because of the challenges that, for example, China is facing because of COVID, and China is a big investor into the African market, that's going to impact and have a trickle effect onto the African market and what's happening with the African market. So there are other, you know, kind of challenges that come in as a result of COVID. Now, how do we mitigate against that? You know, if we're losing, for example, foreign direct investments in certain places because they don't, you know, the host countries that have been looking at, you know, giving these for investments, what happens next? We need to be able to start creating in countries opportunities for young people to create their own jobs even, right? For entrepreneurs to come in and use these innovations to create their own jobs, create their own opportunity. And it's no longer a case of just, okay, government is going to sort out this. You know, it's going to sort out everything. I don't believe in that. I believe the future will be very much around the mix. Okay, government is working with other governments, you know, a bit more collaboration, you know, but also the private sector is starting to really play a huge, huge role in helping to mitigate against COVID. Be it they're creating new jobs, creating new business models, and entrepreneurs are coming in and saying, okay, I'm going to create my own kind of wealth as well. Yes, I'll tap on crypto a little bit because I have opportunity to tap on crypto. But what I'm saying is we don't want to leave those behind that cannot have either the know-how, they're not aware, they don't understand how to use these technologies, so they're not doing it. If we can start to build capacity and education around these technologies, then you're going to see transformation at scale.
Marco from Australia is asking you a question, probably. How important do you place sustainability in action throughout blockchain in global communities? What would be your top 5 challenges?
Yeah, sustainability, key, absolutely key. But like I said earlier on, guys, blockchain is not going to address everything. Blockchain is not going to be like the answer for sustainability. It can play a critical role, depending again what sort of type of blockchain and all that, you know, and then we talk about things like energy usage and all that. So we have to be very careful what we mean when we say actually, you know, how is, but green financing, I use green financing as an example. So where you can go and, for example, leverage, use a platform like blockchain to enable green projects to happen. Yeah, to enable financing to be channeled towards these green projects, then we are helping to create the sustainability that we want. If we got data and quality data that we can store on a particular platform, that can help us to plan ahead and mitigate against things like climate change, you know, and we have the data sets that can start to inform us. We use AI to read those data sets and give us some analysis and some trends. You know, we're starting to change the picture a lot. You know, and then even in terms of looking at, so the challenges, I think you asked me my top 5 challenges. I think the challenges now, you know, one of the biggest challenges is actually the lack of an understanding and awareness of some of these technology and how they actually work. You know, so you don't necessarily have to know the technical elements behind blockchain, for example. But as a business, as a government, or somebody who holds, you know, responsibility in a city or a place, or local government, you're designing your cities, you want to be able to be aware of, okay, how can we utilize IoT for better efficiency, for connectivity, right? For interaction, how can we understand that side of things? Governments, how can we use blockchain or whatever decentralized platforms or models for us to be able to ensure we're collecting the right levels of tax, or you know, and we've got all that on record. We're no longer worrying about, okay, where has money gone from A to B? So it becomes a whole cycle, I think, that you're looking at. So some of the challenges are around collaboration, access to investment, because again, capital is needed for you to deploy these technologies. So where do you find the investment? Who's going to invest in what? You know, opportunities for young people, you know, are there opportunities that are being created for young people and for talent that you have? Women businesses, how are we supporting women businesses in these economies? Are women businesses able to leverage off these technologies in order to make a difference? How are we supporting them? Women are the ones that are finding that, you know, access to finance or liquidity is a major challenge. So why are we not investing a bit more into women when women research has showed that actually women are less risky in terms of investments? So what is the blockage there? You know, there's a whole range of other challenges I can go into in a bit more details, but we have to look at it more holistically rather than individually by case by case.
Super answer. Thank you so much for your, all the answers and the beautiful speech. And I'm really blessed. We are flooded with questions, but probably she would be more than happy to answer them. She is there, and of course, after the summit, if you have more questions, we'll be more than happy to shoot it to the panelists. So with due respect, Michael, so we need to move to the next speaker, Martin. He is there from the beginning. Thank you so much, Marty, for being here. Thank you so much. Marty is from US. And let me introduce Marty to all the speakers and panelists. Martin is the CEO of USPSC Foundation Museum and Trust, a 30-year world veteran, a keynote speaker, a 9X author, a master Jedi, CMO in marketing, publicity, advertising, promotion, and sales. Marty, welcome to World Leaders Summit, and let me give you a perspective. Marty is going to talk about something really cool and happening. The kind of work that they are doing with real coin, my God, that's massive. I have personally seen the videos that they are working with. Marty, the session is over to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Ajit. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to everybody. Good morning from the United States. Good afternoon in Europe, and good evening for you entering early evening in India and all of Asia. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Marty, don't forget our Australian friends.
Yes. Oh my gosh, Australia. How could I forget? I love Australians. Can you see my screen okay, Ajit?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and you should be able to see the United States Presidential Service Center.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is where I'm coming from, the United States Presidential Service Center. Our web address is actually just www.presidentialservicecenter.org. So please feel free to come in at any time if you would like to get more information. I was very fortunate, as Ajit said, to be invited to speak at the excellent World Leaders Summit here today, and super excited to have this privilege. And what an honor, and what a great project all of the team under Ajit's leadership has put together. I think everybody would agree this is a fantastic vehicle to be able to talk with each other worldwide. But do come in and take a look anytime at our exhibits and presentations and our many live shows and things we're working on. This is all here with a number of different videos and movies that have been made across the earth. And I also was extremely lucky during my military career in the United States to go to work for the presidency in the White House Military Office. So I was selected, and it took a little bit over a year to investigate both sides of my family. And that's how I got this job. And sometimes we kid around and say, you know, I was a royal cup bearer. So the person literally carrying the silver chalice to His Majesty or Her Majesty to drink out of. But also many times people have mentioned to me, we watched your television series all about the golden codes and the launch codes with the nuclear weapons and the largest arsenal in the Earth's history. So you have a lot of jobs as a butler, as a valet, as a chef, as a confidant, and as a housekeeper. You have to be able to do all of these jobs, but you also have to be ready to go into the nuclear bunker and handle emergency operations and decontamination and biological, nuclear, and chemical threats. So these are all part of your job in the military and working side by side with the United States Secret Service. So this is how I was very lucky and very fortunate to come into this sphere of influence. And today I would mention, I'm coming to you, many people often ask is, where is he actually speaking from? So Ajit, can you see this map now, the world?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this is where I'm at actually in the United States. And I'm in the second largest banking capital of the United States. It is called Charlotte, named after Queen Charlotte. And she is originally from the Duchy of Mecklenburg-Strelitz in Germany. And so this is where I'm coming to you from, the Charlotte. And in the old days, this was called Charlottesburg or Charlottetown. And this is our very famous chicken up here. So this is a funny joke for people around here. And if you're visiting, please go see our many museums. Today, I'm going to speak about some of the presidents and one vice president. And so I will get into my research here and just shrink this down for everybody. I had promised to speak today about the real coin offering, the RCO. This is a new category for FINRA and a new category for the SEC. And you can see that here. It is called the real coin offering, the RCO. So we have ICOs and IPOs and many other things. The other day, I had somebody tell me that they invented the platform coin offering, the PCO. And I kind of had to laugh because to me, it was just another fake fraudulent coin that someone's offering. They had beautiful graphics of coins and what they looked like in pictures on the website, but there's actually nothing backing it. And that is really the big thing about my research and the real coin offering. And the full name of my research paper is The Historical Examination of Coin Offerings and the Modern Day Real Coin Offering, the RCO, which I trademarked and invented, and how it can be used in blockchain and a world basis distribution. And it does require verification. And this is a big, fancy, scary set of words here. So if you're not familiar with X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy or XFR, I would just visually like to show people, a picture's worth 1,000 words of what an XRF gun is and what it looks like. So let's take a look here at one from Olympus. Many people know Olympus. They know Olympus cameras and Olympus lenses. This is an XRF analyzer or an XRF gun. So XRF stands for X-ray fluorescence. It's a powerful non-destructive technique, and it measures elemental compositions, anything from magnesium to uranium, so Mg to U, and certainly gold and silver, and it'll tell you from parts per million to 100%. A handheld XRF analyzer is just simply a portable device. It's a gun. We call it an XRF gun. And people will show up with these to analyze various different things that somebody is trying to show to them. For instance, oh, buy this gold and I'll meet you in the neutral warehouse. Here are some more of these from Bruker. These are handheld XRF analyzers, so I'm not a stockholder of any of these companies, for a disclaimer. And Thermo Fisher, I'll just show you a third one here of an X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy analyzer. So if you are meeting somebody or you're in a pawn shop or you're going to buy gold and they pull out an XRF gun and want to analyze what you're trying to sell, some chains, some coins, some small gold bar ingots, don't be surprised if they have an XRF analyzer and they put it on your device and say, this is actually fake, it's gold plated, but it's mostly fake metal. And then your heart will be broken unless you are purchasing. So when I mentioned this in my research, this is very important to understand. I know it's a big, scary set of words there, and it takes a few times to try and figure out what is he talking about with XFR gun. But this is what it is. And so in a nutshell, if you're looking at my research, and I'll inflate this for everybody a little bit bigger, make it a bit easier to see. I talk about coin offerings that have been historically linked, of course, to mining, refining, mixing, pouring. People have stamped real coins for thousands of years. And certainly I love gold because gold has thousands of years of a track record. And gold coins historically have been highly prized. But also I talk about how they have issued coins to normalize trade and standardize trade. Because in the beginning we would trade things, you know, I'll come and fix your house and then you can pay me with a bag of oats, you know. So people did this, but then if you tried to do that in other countries, it became difficult because, you know, maybe I'll have time to come and fix your house 100 miles away. Maybe I won't. And to get a bag of oats for that is where they started to actually regulate weights and measurements and trading between countries. And eventually we'll see fiat currency, money made out of paper that is used. And then today with the American dollar, we actually make our dollar out of cotton rag. So the majority of our dollar is made out of rag. And it feels like paper, but it's actually cloth. So this also is what makes it durable. But I do mention here, you know, papyri, vellum, papyrus, and cotton rag. And the controls and consistency with stability and reliability that are critical for fairness across the earth. And these are all things that I believe everyone is very familiar with. So if you're a younger student, then this stuff is really cool. If you're my age at 55, it's like, you know, he hasn't mentioned anything exciting yet. So modern coin offerings, of course, are internet-based blockchain and have proven challenging since the standards are very relaxed between nations. They're often unknown, and merely using the word coin to issue a unit of measure to a non-physical digital wallet, this can be very, very challenging because we have had a number of frauds with coin offerings that popped up, like the crypto queen who disappeared in Greece with millions of peoples of dollars. And they said she was very impressive. She would come in, she had an entourage that followed her all around at meetings and conventions. She would take the stage. She was extremely well spoken. She would captivate, mesmerize, and grip attention. And, you know, then you would give her some small amount of money, whether it was $100, $1,000, $50,000, and then poof, she disappeared. And this has happened several times where people have lost their money and been ripped off. So often these are called initial coin offerings or an ICO. And I am recommending a new invention of the real coin offering. So here it is here. And of course, it's physically minted. And I like gold and sold via the blockchain. And we use the Ethereum blockchain. And of course, this records every transaction and shares it instantaneously. And I will dissect a few of these with some of the famous American presidents and how some of this has led to destabilization, and especially the new digital currency coinage. And then a blend of the old world and new actually, I believe, works better and safer. So as my friend Peter Sommer, my cousin, often says from First Coin in Germany, we have the old analog world meeting with the new digital world. We have all the love and joy from the Egyptians and the Assyrians and the Romans of gold is now meeting the world of 2021. So this link requires some of the old world physical product that you can actually hold in your hand, gold that you can hold. And I overall suggest improving financial performance linked to a more stable offering based on an actual physical coin that is struck and minted and sold on the blockchain, tested for purity, that's the X-ray, okay? And these are the keywords I used in my research here, and if you would like to read more, I have given you the web address for the Presidential Service Center. And now I'd like to take this apart a little bit. So I think, you know, if you are reading my paper, it is on LinkedIn. And let me just remind everybody, my name is spelled a little bit different here if you're looking at me on LinkedIn. So it's Martin CJ Mongello. I have a pretty long last name, but please link with me on LinkedIn. I sometimes accept as many as 100 connections per day and have had as many as 150, 200 private messages per day. So that doesn't bother me, and I do answer everybody. That's kind of weird. Many people tell me, how could you answer like 100 people per day? I have some kind of answer for the person. I don't ignore people, so. But let me get back to the historical perspective. Yes, coins have been traditionally minted and sold. People have robbed even back in those days with thieves, and bartering, of course, I talked about. Barter, amazingly, with the internet is alive and well. A lot of people think barter has actually passed away. Barter has actually come on stronger than ever, thanks to the internet. And we expect blockchain to enter into barter very soon. So I believe earlier we heard from Mr. Muhammad, and of course he has been mentioning that the world economy will be tokenized at about 10% by the year of 2027. So this is about $7 trillion in output, and we expect barter to follow along with that. My research is also set on each page. It's kind of in two columns. So I'll head back up here to the top of column 2. And I'm not going to get all into, mixing alloys and, how coins were strengthened and whatnot. But I will mention why we are launching the real coin offering and gold being dispensed via the blockchain through ATMs in Charlotte, North Carolina. And this is where actually the first mint was ever opened up. The mint branch of the United States Mint was opened up, and the first gold dollar was ever minted in the United States history is right here. And also the first gold rush. I know a lot of people think that the first gold rush was in California, but it was not. It was here. And also we will see many other firsts here in Charlotte. So this is significant historically in relation to gold and gold coins and the first gold dollar and first discovery of gold in the United States history. And I do touch on why coins continue to thrill, because people have asked me, hey, why aren't you just use the bars? The gold bar is highly accepted. We'll see a little bit, in the future here on the next page, why coins were left alone by President Roosevelt when he seized all of the gold in the United States and had it turned in and made it a criminal offense to own gold, okay? Which could happen again. It's just something that one president did. And I did promise I was going to touch on a number of presidential actions today. But one reason the coins continue to thrill, it was the one category that the President of the United States, Franklin D. Roosevelt, said, we are not going to touch coins. So you can, if you're a coin collector and you have coins, please feel free to keep those. So coins and coin collecting continue to thrill. And we have a lot of the research here that make coin collecting so exciting. And also coins are small enough and highly trusted, okay? So it's a lot easier to mint a fake bar than it is a coin, okay? It's not impossible, but still. I do mention a lot of times, people, the reason they stockpile gold and collect gold, especially in India and Turkey and many other countries like Germany, where they love to stockpile and save gold in the house, okay? If there's anything that ever happens, like a tornado destroying a 50-mile region or a hurricane or any type of civil unrest, and you find yourself with your family in the car at a roadblock where there's some type of rogue person standing there, with an M16 machine gun or an AK-47, the one gold coin out of your pocket, let us go through. Okay, no, give me 2. Okay, here's a second one, but let us go through. Okay, a lot of times the cash and paper money becomes near worthless. Okay, or it can skyrocket. You'll see them selling chainsaws for $1,000 and a red container of gas for $200. And so this has been a common problem during any disaster. So these are some of the reasons people stockpile and save gold, just to have a little something around. Also, historically, prices on gold, like I said, thousands and thousands and thousands of years of a track record in performance. The general price of gold has gone up over the years. We have President Jackson to thank for opening up the mint here in Charlotte. So we're very appreciative. And historically, if you look at President Jackson and what went on with him, I have a picture of him here. They pointed out to him about the gold rush in Charlotte and all through then Georgia and North Carolina, and that it was too expensive to bring the gold all the way up to the only mint in the capital of the Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. And eventually, of course, to Washington, D.C. It was too expensive. So what they were doing was actually taking the gold from the South, where the gold rush was for 50 years, and bringing it to the port of Charleston in the South Carolina. And there they would then ship it across the ocean to England, who would process it and refine it, and then sell it back to the United States. And so this did not take long for President Jackson to hear the complaints and figure out that this is actually costing us more money, and we are like giving money away to do this. So we have got to get on the stick as far as, you know, where the gold is in the United States. And that means we've got to open a mint in Charlotte, okay? And so that's how that came about. And we see the full opening of the mint. So a lot of appreciation for him. And I have that in this President Jackson section here, a little bit more information if you'd like to read about it. But the mint will open in 1837.
Wow.
And
Wow.
we're very proud to have that here in Charlotte. Later on, we'll notice, like I mentioned, on the front page of the New York Times in 1933, and I'll inflate this a little bit for people. The headline said, "The Hoarding of Gold, the executive order issued by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt to seize all of the gold in the United States." So you can imagine how upset people were that were stocking and collecting gold for the longest time, generational wealth, and giving it to their children, and had it at banks, had it in their homes. You know, to be told it's now a criminal offense to own gold, and you turn it in now. And then, of course, people ratting others out and calling on the telephone and making reports. Oh, yeah, you know, he's got gold, he's my brother, and we haven't spoken in 10 years. I hate him, but I know he's got gold, and I wanted to make a report to the police. The next thing you know, they're at the door. So, you know, this is not good. Presidential Proclamation number 2039 that forbade the hoarding of gold or silver coin or bullion or currency under penalty of $10,000 or 5 to 10 years in prison. I have mentioned this before to people and in presentations and speeches. And they said, "You got to be kidding me. I mean, are you out of your mind, or are you sure about the facts? Did you, you know, where did you get that from?" I'm like, listen, this is what happened, okay? I'm not certain if you understand what happened in history and on earth, but this is what happened. And you see there that the gold coins were accepted of special value, or collectors of rare and unusual coins. So this is why coins are so important, and gold bars can be, yeah, gold bars can be taken. So President Truman, of course, will carry out all of these policies, and we will see the famous, very famous Bretton Woods conference is held at the Mount Washington Hotel, right in the middle of World War II. A lot of people have never heard of Bretton Woods, and we'll have hundreds of delegates traveling worldwide, and they will come here to New Hampshire, and they will talk about establishing a new monetary policy on earth. And you'll notice that the Russians refuse to ratify the Bretton Woods system of monetary management. And they say it's actually fake, and it's an extension of Wall Street, okay? And how dare the United States demand that the entire earth and 190 countries rest all of the system of gold on the US dollar? How dare they? And this was literally due to two main facts that I bring up. We were hosting the conference and feeding people. Okay, so you're here in the United States. And then bigger than that, now remember that the United States had 2/3 of all the gold on the planet. So this was about 574 million ounces or so. Okay, so just possibly many folks have mentioned to me, don't you think that's sickening, Marty? Isn't that disgusting that the United States flexed its muscle and overpowered the earth and did this type of thing? And you notice in some of the speeches that started last night with the World Leadership Summit and other discussion of moving away possibly to a different system, and why blockchain came about and where did it come from and why is this happening? These are historically through presidential actions of the United States, why many of these things have come about on earth, and why what is happening today is so important that you understand the past first so that you can then reflect on it to move forward and not make the same mistakes. And we also see, of course, our lands were not invaded. If you're visiting here in the United States, there's no army here, there's no conflict here. We are not invaded. So, you know, we're hosting quite a few dinners. And by 1958, this system was completely and fully operational. And you'll see the IMF come out of this system. The International Monetary Fund that was established is actually part of the World Bank group, okay? So you'll see a lot of these things and where they began with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The IBRD is part of the World Bank group, and the IMF was established, and how these things came to be. With President Nixon, we have a stunning late night activity on his part. And of course, President Roosevelt, I mentioned. Let me bring up Tricky Dick, President Nixon. He will announce on a Sunday that we are going to end turning in dollars for gold. And we have several secret meetings that are held up at the Camp David Resort on top of the mountain, the Catoctin Mountains, where I worked. And this really comes about in 1972 when he halts the dollar's universal convertibility to gold. And by 1973, we'll notice the dollar, you know, is as I discussed earlier, you know, it's what we call rag. It becomes a rag, okay? So in the United States, we use a rag to clean something that's dirty. And I make that joke. I say, you know, it is printed on 75% cotton. And the other portion is 25% linen. And so we get this from a plant that grows here. It's called flax. And we brush it. And we used to make clothes with it and wear it. But this combination is what our rag is today. Okay. And then we sometimes bring up this fancy word. It's called fiat currency. And I do discuss that here. It's a fancy word, okay, used by crypto-technological experts to befuddle blue-collar people who are interested in the next big thing, blockchain, Ethereum, or cryptocurrency. So fiat currency is, of course, essentially fake printed money, okay? It's printed on paper or rag, and it's not backed by anything. And people only use it because they are told it has value. The banks accept it and all stores take and give it. And printing more of it is a common joke. All right. So not trying to be rude or inappropriate, but these are my beliefs. And they're not necessarily the beliefs of the United States Presidential Service Center. So I do also offer that disclaimer for my employer. Before President Nixon made his move, several countries like West Germany had disconnected themselves from the dollar successfully, and gold reserves worldwide by countries exceeded now the American reserves, okay, including everything that we had at Fort Knox. In 1971, we noticed Switzerland said, hey, well, we're going to turn in you know, these dollars, we've gone all around and collected the dollars, your rag, and we had a whole bunch of people send them in with rubber bands. And so we've got big stacks of them, and we want to turn them in and get our gold. And since that was the promise, you'll see that they take out $50 million in July. Okay, so we've gone all around our country, talked to everybody that we know, and we've got big bundles of your rags in crates, and we're going to drop off these crates with a ship, and we want our gold. So they took out $50 million. France was next in August, and they said, hey, we have gone all around ourselves and collected, we think, 190 billion in gold that we want. Okay, so we have your rag. We give you several ships with your rag. And that's what they did. So President Nixon was paying on time, all the time, faithfully, abiding by the system. But they were telling him, look, we are in trouble. We are going to run out of gold. You cannot keep doing this. I mean, are you out of your mind? 191 million in gold that you just gave out. And other countries were drooling. And so we have this huge secret meeting held on top of the mountain late at night at Camp David. And many of our most famous people attend. The then Undersecretary for the IMF and the future Fed Chairman Paul Volcker is in this secret meeting. And the Federal Reserve Chairman Arthur Burns, incoming Treasury Secretary John Connolly, and several other people will go up for the late night meeting. And then, like I say, on Sunday night, President Nixon appears on August 15th and interrupts all television programming and says that this is over. We are not going to pay out gold anymore. And from this point on, you kind of see fiat currency really takes a nosedive. And this is the beginning of the foundation in the 1970s on Earth of blockchain and why people want to bring something different to the marketplace. And as everybody knows, President Gore Vice President Gore became very famous and is often quoted with all the work that he did to fast forward the internet, and heralded by the Internet Hall of Fame members and fathers of the internet. Many of you techies out there like me know Bob Kahn and Vint Cerf, who co-invented the TCP/IP protocol and originated DARPA's internet program. They have specifically credited Vice President Gore as playing an important role. And so I have a lot of those quotes here that they mention. Now, Al Gore never said that he invented the internet. So I know a lot of people often say that, how could you say that Al Gore invented the internet? He didn't. It's like he never actually said that he invented the internet, okay? But the fathers of the internet have said, and I quote here, as far back as the 1970s, Congressman Gore, when he was just a congressman, promoted the idea of high-speed telecommunications as an engine for both economic growth and the improvement of our educational system. He was the first elected official to grasp the potential of the computing machine and computer communications to have a broader impact than just improving the conduct of science and scholarship. And if you'd like to read more about the things that they say about Vice President Gore, he wasn't a president, but I have included him here in my research. This is all here for you. So again, this PDF is available on LinkedIn for anyone to read. And I encourage you to download a free copy, or I'm always happy to send one to you. Moving on, we see people like Steve Jobs show up. And this was a fun letter that President Clinton sent to Steve Jobs. He said, congratulations, you made the New York Times crossword puzzle, number 94 across. So how cool is that? You've actually made it pretty big if you're in the New York Times crossword puzzle. And I talk a little bit here about moving into 2010, stock exchanges, banking, digital trading, and ATMs are further computerized, and the creation of cryptocurrency right here, or computer-generated money, which is protected by advanced cryptography. And this is what makes blockchain, almost impossible to fake or spend twice. And I make a little joke here about what we call fake currency, like Schrute bucks for you fans of The Office out there. I've got a picture of a Schrute buck here, Dwight Schrute. So this is really fake money, fake fiat currency. But these were dollars that a guy on a famous TV show called The Office would hand out to people. And it was the epitome of fake money and fiat currency. I do go into blockchain and decentralized networks and how blockchain and cryptography works. So please take a look at this. Most people know about this, the distributed ledger, and how all of this works, and having a hard wallet or a soft wallet. I'll just mention that briefly. A soft wallet is of course, yeah, people think of a soft wallet. Arijit, can you see my soft wallet?
Yes.
So, okay, so that's a soft wallet. But today the soft wallet is on yourself.
Yes.
And so then we talk about a hard wallet, and this is where I lose people sometimes. So a hard wallet is for big amounts of money in crypto. It's actually kept on a stick that you would carry in your pocket. And maybe you have 200,000 US dollar in the equivalency of cryptocurrencies. You collect Tron, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. You have it on a hard stick, okay, a secure stick, and you move a little bit, maybe a little bit, 10,000 US dollar over to your soft wallet once a month, so that you're not carrying around 200,000 US dollar, equivalency in Tether or crypto on your soft wallet. These are the differences between a soft wallet and a hard wallet. Now I will move into coin offerings and scams. And again, I do mention the television show The Office and the fake Schrute bucks, because that's what this really is. These, wooden nickels or fake digital coins are backed by nothing. Initial coin offerings, the sales of cryptocurrency tokens to the general public, have recently been used as a source of crowdfunding for startups in technology and blockchain industries, and have often failed. So I quote a lot of the famous research from Biotech and Kostovetsky in 2018, but also you'll notice I often mention a lot of the fake ICOs, fake coins, and fake tokens. And this is how they do it, and they just put it out there, and then they disappear with the money. So it doesn't matter, of course, if they steal 50,000 from you or 500 from you. It's still stealing, all right? And there's technical issues to watch for, as fraudulent ICOs are an average much larger than the sample average. Issuers that disclose their code on GitHub are more likely to be targeted by phishing and hacker activities, which suggests there's risks related to disclosing the code. And there's entire articles devoted to detecting and discovering frauds. So by no means do I claim to be conducting an entire class for a university today that would last 3 months long. This is just one paper. And so this brings us to the real coin offering. And in September of this year, I was approached by First Gold in Germany and First Coin of Georgia and Germany. So Georgia in Europe, not Georgia in America, okay? And these guys market and sell ATMs that drop gold bars. They dispense gold bars 24 hours per day, 365 days per year. And I became the CEO for the United States, First Gold USA. And we have a fantastic team here. And, the primary tenets of the real coin offering, I put them in bold here. So this can be done with any person that wants to do this. This is not just for First Gold. But number one is a real coin of any weight. So it could be 10 gram, 20 gram, however you want to do it, and dispense it. And it must be checked by an XFR gun. So this requires X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy to make sure that it is real. And the really good dealers, by the way, you'll notice really good ones like JM Bullion of Texas and the United States. They check when gold arrives with an XFR, and then they check it before it gets shipped out to any customer. So they check it at least twice, okay? And you really, really have to put a lot of faith in who you are buying precious metals from. They have to be a really, really, really good agency, okay? Number two, it must be accounted for on the blockchain. The ATM machines by First Gold are all on the Ethereum blockchain. So you walk up anywhere in the world to the ATM, okay? You get an independent QR code, you scan it on your phone, and boom, the gold bar comes out in less than 2 minutes, right? Sometimes as little as 1 minute. But every transaction must write to the blockchain somehow. If you don't want to use the Ethereum blockchain, certainly there's others, okay? Legitimize, number three, with the real issue by machines. So you are really getting something, whether it's a silver coin, a gold coin, a platinum bar, you are actually walking away with the precious metal in your pocket, okay? You're not getting a coupon that you then have to go to a desk and turn in somewhere or drive in your car. That's no, okay? We already have seen that on the earth, okay? And numerous world locations across continents linked together, number four. What this does is, for the first time in the Earth's history in the human race, if you're talking with one of our colleagues, Peter Kritzer of Germany, he said one day, you know, the price is the same, Martin, as it is a person in front of ATM in Africa, as in Alaska, as in Tokyo. So the price is the same no matter where they are on Earth, okay? So very interesting. This has never been done before. We've had lots of complaints for the longest time about people, you know, oh, I was in this or that country and there was a handling fee and a transaction fee, okay? Not very good. And number five, offered and advertised as the RCO, okay? So these are the five main things for a real coin offering. If you want to say you're doing an RCO, you have to adhere to these five tenets. And I have them for you here. And then I just kind of attack my own research and try to debunk it myself and make fun of it. And that's very important. And I do mention Sanja Cipek of Croatia, who works for the Ministry of Finance and Taxation. This was an earlier question of mine about taxing transactions, which would create tremendous amounts of money for countries that are struggling, even if it's a tiny, 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 little tiny, tiny tax, okay? It could be 0.00001, you know, tax, but when you're doing stuff digitally, then the collection is automatic. So I believe people should expect to see this tax at some point come into effect in the world. It may not be this year, it may not be next year, it may not be in 10 years, but it's probably going to come about. In summation today, I talked about the history of coins across the earth, you know, that are still being sought to this day, from Spanish doubloons and Galileans at the bottom of the sea and discovery. I did mention what happened in Charlotte, North Carolina, and explained several presidents' actions towards the American dollar and world monetary systems, and in particular, I detailed their activities being very illuminating towards gold. I discussed the internet's evolution, traversing 30-some years, in sufficient detail to bring anyone up entirely to speed. Even people who have read my research and are completely unfamiliar with blockchain have mentioned, you know, the fact, Marty, that you're a cook and we're a White House chef and flip steaks sometimes for a living and make salads, to have you explain it, what blockchain is, was very palatable, pardon the pun. So, you know, you seem to have the right recipe for talking with average people. And I do agree that numerous contributions have made it better. including removing it from government control. So don't forget that a lot of the internet and everything, it was created under government control, and then later on the United States government removed it from government control, okay? And finally, blockchain, cryptocurrency, initial coin offerings, and the RCO were summarized to help the market grow. And I do claim that legitimizing coin offerings is of great concern due to fraudulent activity and advocates for the formidable backing of digital offerings with real precious metal coins. And the basic definition of the RCO is provided, but I am open to redefinition as time goes by. And for our research students and whatnot out there, I'll just shrink this down. If you're in university, I just finished my second master's degree, but I provide a bibliography. So very important, please, with your research, provide a bibliography. And you'll notice mine is extensive. They always are. One other thing I would like for students to take note of, please provide an index so that people can look up keywords through SEO and meta tagging. A lot of these keywords pop with an index. Is very helpful. And then finally, references. So bear in mind, references are different than a bibliography. So my references are a little bit longer. But these things at the back or the end of a paper, any kind of research paper or white paper that you're providing, are very helpful. They're not helpful when you're publishing a book. I have 9 books published. They're not helpful. They make the cost of the book explode and go through the roof. But they are worth it. And I will shrink that down and end today and then open up to Q&A with just a photo of Vice President Gore. And if anyone is interested in jumping onto our website at First Gold to take a look at First Gold USA, it's literally just www.firstgoldusa.com. And you'll notice Elena Schaefer is here with the gold ATM. And I will put this short video on for folks. This is 1 minute long.
It's already done, Marty.
What's that, Ajit?
I said that I have shared the link with all the audience. Please play it.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Please play it.
Okay, I'll go on ahead and play it. I'll make it a bit bigger.
First Gold USA offers ATMs that dispense gold bars and coins using your cryptocurrency, credit card, or cash. Get real gold now in your hands. Owning gold actually has thousands of years of a financial track record. It offers unmatched historic protection against the unexpected. Real gold has been stored and valued since the beginning of time. This is not a new idea, IPO, new business, or experiment. Experience our ATMs from First Gold USA.
Okay, pretty simple. Were you able to hear the audio, Ajit?
Yes, we are. Ask
Okay.
the audience, do you need to play it, or if you are looking for it, it is there in your chat box. I have shared the YouTube link with all of you. Please feel free to check the URL, and it's a beautiful product.
And I'd like to open it up to questions now and be considerate of others and time. And again, thank World Leaders Summit and Ajit Bacharaya for such a fantastic opportunity to talk and share with each other across the earth.
Thank you so much. Marty, may I request you to turn off the screen sharing so that we can take some picture of yours?
Yes, let me do that. Okay, it should be back to you now, sir.
Yes, sir. Let me take some snap of yours so that we can do the live tweet. It has been done, but your face was missing. Okay. So yeah, here we have a question from the social media. Interesting. Is it an equity token that you're offering, and the kind of security that you're offering is really, really amazing? But is it equity or is it kind of different concept? Question from social media.
That's a very good question. So there's two types of traders and investors in the world. Many are sick of the ICO and the fake tokens. They love blockchain, but when they hear about our product, that we have a widget on our website, you can actually go on and buy. Our symbol is one gold, so numeral one, GOLD. You'll find us, of course, even if you go into CoinMarketCap. But they're very excited about the capability to actually buy the symbol and want to just sit on the symbol and hold it. Now, others have said, you know, no, I don't want to do that. I want to go on ahead and go to wherever the ATMs are on my next trip or vacation, and I'm going to take out gold like every day. So if I'm in Vegas, I'm going to hit your machine. And we have, you know, several clients and guests who have said, gosh, I own 10 different wallets. I'll take out 10 gold bars a day if I feel like it. We have clients and guests who own 20, 30 wallets. So yeah, these people are very, very interested in gold you can hold. So in answer to the question, some are actually just buying the symbol. They're sitting on it in their wallet, waiting for gold to go up. Others physically want to stock and stack the gold and get it for real. And they don't want to get a coupon out of an ATM machine.
Super. So we are open for Q&A, audience. If you have any more questions, Marty, okay. Okay, so Martha is giving thanks to you from Africa. Martha, thank you so much. She's giving you thanks. Thanks a lot, Martin.
Thank you so much, Marta. And we are working in Africa right now. And many questions, I can tell you, coming from Togo, Ghana, and Kenya. So these are the big countries asking us about what's going on.
So Mr. Mitra is actually giving you thanks, Marty. Your presentation was not only amazing, but a historical document. Cheers and God bless.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. So Marco Zamarelli from Australia is giving you, it's been a pleasure for the inspirational speech that you have given us. I think these are comments. We're open for Q&A if you have any questions. Marty, give me some time.
I'd like to bring up, I received a question here myself on WhatsApp about the ethical principles document on our website and the guidelines for working with First Gold. And so this question is, why are the law enforcement guidelines so strongly worded? Okay, so I'd like to answer that. If you are on our website, we do have a clickable PDF download about our ethical principles. And it's all of our partners and colleagues' desire to get rid of fake coin offerings, fraudulent offerings on the internet and on blockchain, and to actually create something that's real. So this is why we made this marriage between the old world and the new, and people could walk away with a gold bar.
Great. Okay, so Farah is telling you, fantastic presentation, Marty. The increase of gold price over the past 10 years is around 536%. How do you see the growth of ICO and RCO over the course of coming 5 years?
Yes, this is a very good question. We're super lucky to be alive on Earth right now. The people watching the presentation today, and then the thousands that will watch this presentation over the next couple of months to come, because they find it on YouTube or they find the recording of it. Depending on who you study and read, you will notice that whether it's the U.S. Geological Survey reports or whoever your favorite reporting authority is, because some people hate the U.S. Geological Survey and they don't believe anything from that, or they want to check Britannica, or they have other sources from Europe. It doesn't really matter who you check with. Over the next 15 to 25 years, gold is going to disappear from this particular planet. So it will be gone. So this is going to impact the value of gold. Right now, we have a lot of calls. If you pay attention to Kitco, we see a lot of calls and a lot of mentions of gold going to 3,000 to 5,000 per ounce. But gold can actually go to $30,000 per ounce. So I want to make that clear today. When you have a precious metal like gold, which has been prized for thousands of years, disappear from a particular planet, and there's no more of it left, that is going to occur at the longest estimate within the next 30 years. So during our lifetime, we are very lucky to see gold is going to disappear. There's no more of it left to mine on this planet, okay? And then you will see the pricing escalate, and you will also notice that people for marriages and proposals and things, they're not going to do the 24 karat gold anymore. They're going to be doing like 18 karat or 12 karat rings and 10 karat rings because the price of gold is going to go so high. So I think this is going to affect every aspect of anyone that links gold to an RCO.
Super answer. We have another question from Ankit. Do you also trade in silver, and do you have a bot to, I shouldn't say bot, it's BOT, to share some data analytics so that customers take decision based on real-time data analytics that would have decision making?
Yes, this is a good question. We don't play with silver too much. I personally do. I love silver, okay? But First Gold, the direction we're headed into with our world ATM network and 5,000 ATMs, by 2015, we expect to reach 15,000 ATMs. And we are also going to be talking very soon about dropping platinum bars. And we have a provision as well to be able to drop a diamond blister pack with 2 diamonds in it. So every time somebody says, like, you know, just this guy talking about gold coming out of an ATM was too much to believe, he's out of his mind. As soon as you start talking to them about, you know, platinum bars dropping or diamonds, they go off the edge. And then we're very used to this. These are the same reactions we had 10 years ago about Bitcoin. And I was talking with a friend of mine, Manuel from Morgan Stanley, the other day, and he had taken in 2014, he had taken a client about 9,000 of their dollars and put it into Bitcoin, and they just sold it for 375,000. So, you know, he's like, they're a client for life at Morgan Stanley, a client for life, Marty. Okay. But when I talked to them about Bitcoin, they were like, are you out of your mind? Are you crazy? This is the same reaction we have, although not doing silver, which was the question, but dropping platinum and dropping diamond packs. And, you know, we're going to be doing it whether people like it or not. So
that's going to actually change the mindset of people, and honestly speaking, it's going to create a history. So
yes.
We have another question from Marco Zambarelli from Australia again. Australian society being such a regulated society needs business growth. Can blockchain assist?
Can you repeat the question one more time, Ajit?
Sure. Australian society, being such a regulated society, needs a business growth. In this case, can blockchain assist for the growth?
Absolutely. I mean, we just saw a Polish city take all of their fire and emergency services and put it all on blockchain. And they proved that the reason the entire city is doing this is because it's better. It's safer, and it works, you know, much better. So it only takes a couple of seconds for very educated people to examine what are the real benefits of this crazy 18-year-old's ideas about this stupid blockhead or whatever it's called, and show us adults how it really works and what it's good for and why it's better and safer. And by the time, you know, 5-10 minutes into that with the 18-year-old, the adults are like, oh my gosh, we seriously need to look at this because it is actually safer. And so this is the direction of a lot of things that even Dr. Charles mentioned in healthcare, finance, and in contracts, for music. We just see better and more justified and more equitable distribution. with blockchain than we see currently under the rip-off system, which is controlled, by the high leaders of the Federal Reserve and those seated on high, who do a lot of phantom things that no one even gets a chance to talk about or have a cut in. And, they're like, this is like a totally rigged system sometimes, the banks and the interest rates. And this is why, even you see all of the complaints coming out of one particular African country right now. So many people are circumventing their fiat currency and using blockchain to pay for things that it's getting out of control. And it's because it is a much fairer and equitable system.
Super answer. Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes.
As a normal strategic investor who are actually investing mainly into gold and probably they are going for enhancing their investment capital, what is your suggestion to those people who are really want a very secured, structured way of securing their money as well as at the same time creating wealth? How do you help?
So I have a very interesting answer that few humans have ever heard, okay? Everyone has heard about having a balanced portfolio. Oh yeah, you have to have a balanced portfolio. You don't put all of your money into metals. You've got to have some stocks and precious metals and okay. We've all heard about this, okay? Thank you so much. That was very enlightening. Great. Diversified and balanced portfolio. Hey, how about your income streams? You and I both own several companies. How about your income stream? How about having a diversified income stream coming from a number of industries in companies that you own? If you want to pass on generational wealth to people, yes, you can think traditionally about my portfolio, my bonds, my 401k, my stocks, my precious metals, my jewels, my real estate, my artwork, okay. How about the diversified portfolio of income streams coming in from 8 to 9 different directions from a diversified range of companies in different industries that you own that have money coming in, okay? So I ask people to think, and it's not that hard to think like this. It was taught to me by a French chef, Jean-Marc Fulsac in California. It's not that hard to think about, wow, that's a really cool idea, diversified income streams from companies in different industries. Some of them we turn on and accentuate when the time is right for 5 to 6 years. Some of them will run, for 10 years because during the most recent economic holocaust, my wife and I made millions of dollars off of one particular industry. Then we'll turn them off because now is not a good time, and we'll bring another company and accentuate it and crank it up. So, but because we are in different industries with companies, we can do that.
Super. And
I have a question here on WhatsApp, Ajira. Yes, sir. So this one is, how does a person make money with First Gold who's interested in it and having some ATMs in their country? Okay, so I'd like to answer that. So if somebody would like to control a state, and these prices are on our website because we're as transparent as the blockchain. So these are not hidden prices. But if a person wanted to purchase a state, we charge them $48,000 US. If they just want to purchase an ATM and have it in their business, it's $11,000 US. And then the cuts and splits off of every transaction where we give them 50% of the split, it's all explained on our website, and we actually have what we call information sheets that you can download and print out as PDFs. But all of that information is on our website with all of the prices.
Super. So I'm waiting for some other question if you have any else.
Yeah, and gold is up right now, by the way. Okay, it's at 60.90 US dollar on CoinMarketCap. So this is also one more question. Do you know what gold is today? Also, one more question here, Agirit. Did you see in the Wall Street Journal about the metals article on the front page? I did read the Wall Street Journal. I read it digitally, and then I go through the whole paper later. But I saw that this morning, particularly the metals of copper and whatnot are up because investors are very, very happy right now. And they see that the industry for the world is going to take off here very soon with the vaccine. So metal investment is going up very high today.
True. Okay, so we have another 2-3 questions from social media. Let me translate it for you because it's from Europe and probably translator is saying that it's in French. So, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, when Marty, pardon me if I can't do it properly, I'm trying my best. So as a digital token of cryptocurrency, if we look at the order of the fund development of those cryptocurrency, we understand the way you're offering gold and real products, which is basically platinum and diamond. And we understand it is going to sustain, but what is your plan for next 5 years to sustain the whole project? How the investment will go on and how will you continue the whole process? And what is your technical expertise team who is working in the backend?
Okay, thank you. Merci beaucoup. I understand and thank you. Je comprends et merci. So our technical team in the background and investors in Germany actually is going to move the entire corporation out of the very favorable Georgia into Frankfurt, Germany. That process is actually underway right now. So it costs us a little bit more. You know, the benefits of operating in Georgia through taxation are quite advantageous. And that's why there's a lot of digital companies in Georgia. But we have decided to move the entire corporation due to our success of a recent dinner, a luxury dinner hosted in Frankfurt, Germany at Villa Kennedy. We had a very successful dinner there where we had 30 different investors come. And we had so many investors asking us about this. We had a waiting list. So we have announced 4 more dinners across Europe that we're going to be hosting. And these are generally conducted with Oliver Pulley of Swiss Stone Investments, the very famous Oliver Pulley, who has raised trillions of dollars through Swiss Stone Investments. So swissstone.ag, if you're interested in Oliver and what he does. But Oliver is super famous for hosting these dinners, and he does them in America and Europe and creates a bridge between the 2 continents. So I think you'll also see next year some form of recapitalization of our company and possibly going public or onto a stock exchange or some type of more formalized financial offering. And the real brains behind all of our products is Peter Sommer. And so between Peter Kritzer and Peter Sommer, we have First Coin and First Gold.
Super. Okay, so I think, do you have any other questions, guys? Okay. So I think
there is one here, Agirit, about First Gold. Somebody was evidently on our website here. Yes, so I will just say you are right about us appearing at major events. So they're asking, like, where would this ATM be? Is it just casinos? No, it's not just in casinos. We have a Bugatti dealership has expressed interest in Beverly Hills that sells the cars. But we also have jewelers that have a gold dispensing ATM in their jewelry store. And then we have private gold traders that love this opportunity with our widget because we do accept Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. So we have people that come in and say, I have Ethereum or I have Tether, and I want to use it to make a gold bar come out. Or I just want to use it to do a much larger transaction. Can you handle 100,000 in Bitcoin? And you give me the gold bars and I have them delivered either across the counter or to my safe in an undisclosed location. And I want to have that happen, you know, with an armed courier. So that can either be Loomis or Garda or Brinks or whatever they like. Sometimes they have their own private team. But also First Gold is very interested in going to the major events. Excuse me. So the Monaco Grand Prix, the RHS Chelsea Flower Show, the Emmy Awards, you know, the soccer tournaments, the Royal Ascot, Wimbledon, the Henley Royal Regatta. Anywhere that luxury is, we believe First Gold would be there as well.
Super. So I think Archana would like to probably ask something directly. So Archana, I already gave you the unmute permission. If you want to speak, you are most welcome. Else you can write the question in the chat box. And for the sake of the event, this is going to be the last question. Archana, are you there? Archana? Okay, I think in any case we can take this question offline. It's not a problem. We can always find each other in real life after probably the e-summit is over, and of course during the summit we can always have the business networking. For the sake of the audience, let me tell you what is going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a health, Ayurveda, food tech and agri tech as a team, and we are starting at 8:30 a.m. Indian time. The first half, and the second half we are starting at 4:30 p.m. and after 6:30 p.m. Indian time, 7 o'clock onwards, we have startup award as well as a business networking session. So in business networking, all are welcome. Please come, share your insights, share what you are doing, and handhold with each other. That's the way, that's the concept. We can grow and we can make the world more beautiful. Thank you so much, Martin, for the beautiful presentation. And you look great, man. And thank you for all the support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I call it a day end. Looking forward to see you soon. Thank you.